ia. Ka tūhenga ngā te pū, ka tūhenga ngā te kauri, ka wairea I runga wairea raro, wairea roto, wairea waho, wairea atu ngā taupā. Kia tū tā tātou whakamaharatanga i te rānei, he toa taumatarau, ai he toa, ko whakatau ana he te toa e taumarua. Ti hewa mauri ora, kia tātou katoa, ko Julian Wilcox ahau.
Ko Peata Melbourne ahau, mua tarau. Nau mai, haere atu rai nā kupu whakamihi ki nā rau awa, ki nā rau tāngata. Ki nā rau mahara o te rāra, ko te rā o Anzac rua mano, rua tekau mātoru I whakaata Māori. E kia ai te kōrero, he toa taumatarau.
Kia ora, good morning. It's great to have your company here on Whakaata Māori for Anzac Day 2023. We're about to commence the Anzac Day service here at the Auckland War Memorial Museum.
He toa taumatarau, the whakatauki of saying for this year's broadcast means bravery is found in many places. So after the service, stay with us as we take you on a journey to some of those places. This year is the 80th centenary for the posthumous awarding of the Victoria Cross, the highest military honour to Te Moana Nui Akiwa Ngāri Muvisi. We hear from some of his mother's extended whānau in Te Kaha.
We head to Northland, where Major Wally Wordley's whānau tell us the story of the suitcase under the bed.
The heroic exploits of World War II pilot Kelso Mason in the DC-3 in loving memories are recounted by his son David.
Musicians Louis Baker and Thea talk with us about how their tupuna have influenced their art, continuing a legacy of storytelling and hope for the future.
We hear the story of how a hungry young Winiata Tapsel helped hasten the end of World War I in Lekenwa.
And Korokoro Tui, Maisie Rika sings a waiata brought back by her koro from the war in Europe. And here you can see live pictures from the Auckland War Memorial Museum, where for the first time in 3 years, without COVID restrictions, thousands of Aucklanders have made their way here to this Anzac Day service in Tāmaki Makaurau. Our Anzac Day dawn service broadcast here on Whakaata Māori will be led by friend of the program, long-term Anzac Day representative on Whakaata Māori, Dr. Stephen Clark.
Ngāti whātua ōraka I tā tātou karakia whakamaharatanga ki tētahi karanga me tētahi karakia takutaku.
As you can see, the scene is set here. Representatives, delegates, politicians, local politicians, and of course representatives of Australia, New Zealand, of our Defence Forces, cadets. Soon you will see the Catapult Guard making their way here as well. Here on the main forecourt of the Auckland War Memorial Museum. And as you can see, the scene is set at the museum itself. Dignitaries are in place, New Zealand government and local officials, as I mentioned earlier, making their way now in position for the commencement of this dawn service.
The extension to the museum was opened in 1960 in memory of the fallen of the Second World War.
As I said, tens of thousands of Aucklanders are here to observe, to reflect, to remember. And throughout the service, we will have some commentary where we'll be joined by war historian Dr. Monty Suter, who will be with us, providing commentary both throughout the service and indeed throughout the program with you live here from Auckland up until 8 o'clock later this morning. This is the Catapult Guard just making their way in place now. The Catapult Guard now in place. The flag party, which you would have seen earlier, entered the forecourt honour and stand at their flags. The cadets for number 3 Auckland City Squadron. The Catapult Guard, a representative of many Anzac services, of course. They are there to stand guard by the memorial and are seen at dawn services to reflect and to remember the fallen. the Catapult Guard this year. From the Northland Company, let's take you now to the welcome by Ngāti Whātua.
Please welcome onto the Court of Honour this morning, in the memory of absent comrades, the Veterans Parade, which includes veterans of the Second World War, the Korean War, Malayan Emergency and Borneo Confrontation, the Vietnam War, and veterans of Bosnia, Timor and Afghanistan, as well as peacemaking and peacekeeping operations including the Sinai, South Sudan and the Solomons.
Right, turn.
The 171 crosses in the field of remembrance below the Court of Honour today acknowledge those New Zealanders that have died during the last 180 years, during the New Zealand Wars, the South African War, First and Second World Wars, Korea, Malaya, Borneo and Vietnam, as well as Bosnia, Timor and Afghanistan. A single cross to an unknown soldier recognises those New Zealanders with no known grave, 1/3 of more than 30,000 New Zealanders who have died in the service of our nation have no known grave, lest we forget. We are now being joined on the Court of Honour by the service contingent from the Royal New Zealand Navy, the New Zealand Army and the Royal New Zealand Air Force.
Come this way. Come around this way.
Distinguished guests and veterans, Aucklanders and visitors to Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, no mai, haere mai. We stand on Pukaka, a site of memory, as today we come together to mamaha, remember. My name is Dr. Stephen Clark, and on behalf of the New Zealand Vietnam Veterans Association and the Auckland RSA, Auckland Council and the Auckland War Memorial Museum, we welcome you to this Anzac Day Dawn service of remembrance on the 108th anniversary of the Anzac landings at Gallipoli. A special welcome to our veterans here today. To those veterans watching at home, we extend our greetings and the knowledge that you are not alone, but in our thoughts, in our hearts, and in our thanks on this day and every day. We acknowledge too the New Zealand Defence Force personnel here this morning and those currently deployed throughout the world serving our nation in the cause of peace and security. The first Anzac Day was observed throughout New Zealand on the 25th of April 1916, the inaugural anniversary of landings at Gallipoli. The deeds of New Zealand soldiers in their first major battle was a source of much pride, while the dead brought much sorrow. New Zealand's National Day of Commemoration subsequently changed over the time with new awards and new names to remember. Indeed, this dawn service was introduced in 1939, on the eve of the Second World War, after hundreds of New Zealand veterans had taken part in its observance in Sydney the previous year. It draws its strength from the symbolism of the dawn standards before battle and the inevitable military funerals that followed. For many years after the Second World War, it was felt that veterans owned Anzac Day as their one day of the year. In 2023, Anzac Day belongs to all New Zealanders, a day central to our sense of belonging and identity, as evidenced by the numbers here this morning and its services around Aotearoa. It is our veterans and service personnel from all generations, however, that are the focus of our recognition and remembrance, as we acknowledge their service and the sacrifice of their comrades on behalf of our nation. I now call upon Joe Pihima, Ngāti Whātua o Ōrākei, to open this Anzac Day dawn service.
He aha te hau, he aha te hau. Ewa wara he tū he raki. Nāna ia mai te pūpū taraki hiki uta. E tiki nātu e au te kōtū ko ia te pou whakaero kātū ki te wai te mata, kātū ki te wai te mata. A ti hau mauri ora ki te whai au ki te ao mārama. A kāti ake, a koutou, kai ngā hoia, kai ngā tamatoa. E tā koto mai rā, i ngā whenua, i ngā urupā o te ao. Tēnei ka tiki ake ia koutou. Hoki wairua mai, hoki wairua mai, hoki wairua mai. Hoki wairua mai ki ngā uri, ki ngā tamariki, ki ngā mokopuna e tūnei. E mahara ake nei ki koutou i tēnei ata. Hoki wairua mai rā. A kāti, ki o koutou, kai ngā mōrehu. I mōrehu rehua i roto i ngā pakanga. Tēnei ka mihi, tēnei ka tangi. O tira, kai akuranga tira, kai ngā pāpā. E mihi ake ana te ngā kau aroha ki a koutou. Tai hora, ki te taua rererangi, taua moana, tū taua o tū matauenga. Tēnei rā ka mihi ake kia koutou katoa e tū nei. E whakanui nei, i o tātou kuia, i o tātou karaua, rātou i hāriki ngā pakanga, me koutou anō huki, e tui o rātou nei tapuai. A kāti ake kia koutou, e te iwi whānui. Nau piki mai, nau kake mai ki tēnei a tātātāhua. E whakanui tia nei, o tātou kuia karaua, e tātou katoa huri no te motu. Mai, te hiku o te ika heke noa rā, puai paunamu ki raki ura. Anei tātou ko te iwi whānui, e mihi nei, e tangi nei, e mihi nei, e tangi nei. Noira, tēnei rā ko te reo Ngāti Whātua e mihi ake nei. Kia koutou, e te mātini e te tāmano mano, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou kahuri.
Prayers will be offered by Chaplain Lloyd Simon, Royal New Zealand Navy.
Tēnā koutou. It's a privilege to offer prayer this morning. So let us pray. Kia tātou. He honore, he kororia ki te atua. He mangarangu ki te whenua. He whakaaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. Anga e te atua, he nākau hou. Ki roto, ki tina o mātou. Whakatongia to wairua tapu, hei a whina, hei tohu i a mātou. Great God, our Heavenly Father, we gather together at stillness of this sacred dawn and in your holy presence to declare our commitment to remember those who put on the uniform of sailor, soldier and aviator and were sent to fight in places far from the peace and security of home. We remember those who put themselves in harm's way as they bore within their own bodies and souls the cost of establishing freedom and peace in our world. We remember the families who endured great loss when their loved ones did not come home. We remember those who carry with them the scars of conflict in their bodies, their minds, and their souls. We remember those who have answered the call to serve our great country and continue to stand in our defence today. We ask that the memory and example of their service and sacrifice would strengthen our own resolve as we work for peace, justice, and unity in our communities, our nation, and our world. We acknowledge the power of love and forgiveness, and thank you for the reconciliation and friendships now forged with those who were once our enemy. God of love, in honour of their memory, grant us your blessing of peace and renew in our hearts the spirit of the Anzacs, and help us as we promise to forever remember those who laid down their lives for us. I runga in te ingoa, te matua, te tam, te wairua tapu. Amen.
Requiem for a Soldier will be played by violinist Nick Jones. Anzac dedication will be delivered by Rear Admiral Jim Gilmore, Commander Headquarters, Joint Forces, New Zealand Defence Force. Please join in repeating the final line. We will remember them.
At this hour, on this day, Anzac received its baptism of fire and became one of the immortal names in history. We who are gathered here think of the comrades who went out with us to battle but did not return. We feel them still near us in spirit. We wish to be worthy of their great sacrifice. Let us therefore once again dedicate ourselves to the service of the ideals of which they died. As the dawn even now about to pierce the night, so let their memory inspire us to work for the coming of the new light into the dark places of the world. We will remember them.
We now come to the laying of wreaths in memory of all fallen servicemen and women and all who served. The Honourable Carmel Sepuloni, Deputy Prime Minister of New Zealand, together with Mr Brad Williams, the Consul General for the Commonwealth of Australia, and Zoe Stockdale, student for the Anzac Australian Tour, on behalf of the Government and peoples of New Zealand and Australia. Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition. His Worship Wayne Brown, Mayor of Auckland, on behalf of the citizens of Auckland. Rear Admiral Jim Gilmore on behalf of the Chief of Defence Force and those serving in the New Zealand Defence Force. Sir Graham Lowe, patron of the Auckland RSA, and current retired Barry Dreyer, New Zealand Vietnam Veterans Association, on behalf of veterans and their families. Dr. David Gamster, Chief Executive, on behalf of the Auckland War Memorial Museum. Monsieur Yann Chantal, member of the French Senate, on behalf of the people of France, and Mr. Curator Kalakia Mataloa, Dean of the Auckland Concert Corps, on behalf of the Concert Corps of Auckland. We now come to the commemoration for the fallen. The playing of the last post by Sergeant Bill Rimmer of the Band of the Royal Regiment of New Zealand Artillery and the lowering of the flags on the cenotaph symbolise a military funeral as we honour their memory. The Ode for the Fallen will be spoken in Te Reo by Murray Watini, Vietnam veteran, and in English by Pilot Officer Isabel Burr, New Zealand Cadet Force. We will then observe a minute of silence as an act of remembrance. The lament, played by Tim Shear, acknowledges our sorrow for their service. Finally, the sounding of reveille and the raising of the flags proclaims our belief that the Anzac landings at Gallipoli 108 years ago was the dawn of nationhood for New Zealand and Australia. The commemoration for the fallen.
E kore rātou, e kauma tuatia, pēnei i a tātou, kua māhua nei, e kore hoki rātou, e ngoi kore, aha koa, pēhea i ngā ā huatanga o te wā. I te he kinga atu o te rā, tai noa ki te aranga mai i te ata, ka mau mahara tonu tātou, kia rātou, ka mau mahara tonu tātou, kia rātou. Āmine.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. We will remember them.
We now will have the lament. Murray Wati, the Vietnam veteran, will recite his poem, Stand To, First Like Anzac.
With my heels together, shoulders back and down, standing tall, morena, as the dawn breaks on this Anzac morn. It has been written, we warriors of yesteryear will once again stand to this day of remembrance wet. A time to greet old mates. So many they rest in peace. their service with honours given. We set the trend when we were young, still wet behind the ears, to some whose health is not the best, to some whose wit sharp as a tack. The mind is willing, the body spent. This life's journey will again bring forth sweet memories of time last seen. We see the ghosts of faces past. I feel their presence near. We salute their courage. We honour their sacrifice. To all veterans here, to the souls of brave men and women, let's celebrate. A toast to country, loyalty, honour and mates. Drink to these precious moments in time. Still we are warriors. We will remember them, lest we forget. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou, katoa, till we meet again. Amen.
Hooray! Standard! Peace!
The national anthems of Australia and New Zealand will be sung by Te Oi Williams.
Hooray! Hooray! Go!
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are young and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing. Advance Australia fair. Jehovah, atuanga, iwi mataura, atafakarongana, me arohano.
Chaplain will pronounce the benediction.
Let us pray. Loving God, we have paused to remember the sacrifice and commitment made by so many. May these acts of remembering, acknowledging, and honouring inspire us to strive for peace in our hearts, peace in our homes, and peace in our nation. Go forth into the world in peace. Be strong and of good courage. Hold fast to that which is good. Love and serve the Lord with singleness of heart. And may the love and peace of God be with you always. Kia tau, kia mātou, te rangamare o te matua atua. Āmene.
That concludes the dawn service on this, the 108th anniversary of the Anzac landings at Gallipoli. As our veterans and the service contingents are about to march off, followed by the departure of the official party, please remain where you are until the catafalque guard and the flag party have been dismissed. You are then most welcome to place a poppy on the cenotaph. The Mayor cordially invites veterans and their families for refreshments in the Lion Foundation Event Centre at the top of the museum. On behalf of the New Zealand Vietnam Veterans Association and the Auckland RSA, Auckland Council and the Auckland War Memorial Museum, thank you for joining us this Anzac Day.
Hooray! Hooray! Down! Hooray! Hold that up! Up on the roof! Action!
The veterans make their way. At the conclusion of the service, the Anzac Day service at the Auckland War Memorial Museum, attended by thousands, I think over 10,000 Aucklanders here this morning on a beautifully calm morning here in Auckland. Tamaki Makoto with me is, of course, a historian and author, Dr. Monty Suter. These services always pull at the heartstrings. They always bring the emotion out, don't they?
Yes, and this particular one, it's a beautiful morning over Auckland, and I think you captured through the cameras the sincereness and the solemnness of this occasion on people's faces. and with everything we heard this morning.
Quite fitting it is that it is a beautiful morning, considering that crowds haven't been able to attend in these numbers for 3 years now. So to have so many back here today and to have your company with us on Whakaata Māori as a part of our coverage this morning, the Auckland Dawn service, Anzac Day service here at the Auckland War Memorial Museum on He Toa Taumataro. We've got much more in store for you today, so stay with us on this very special broadcast on Anzac Day on Whakaata Māori as veterans and cadets make their way, and we farewell them to a huge applause from the audience here, from those who have attended, young and old, Māori and non-Māori, delegates, representatives, veterans, and as you can see, some international representatives as well amongst those who were assembled here in front of the Auckland War Memorial. So good to see so many people here this morning. I think what we're going to do now is return to the fronting position with Peata, who will guide us through the next movements for today's broadcast. Monty, I also wanted to ask, of course, lots have mentioned, of course, the 108th anniversary of Anzac service, but for Māori today, especially a very significant day. It's the 80th anniversary as well, and I know we're going to mention this later on, of Tōna Nui Akiwa Ngairemu receiving posthumously the VC Award. So many communities throughout Aotearoa having Anzac Day services, but a lot to think about today and reflect on today.
I tēnei wā, I hoki hatu ngā whakaaro ki o tātou tīpuna I hinga atu I rāwahi kei roto I te kōpua te whenua e tāpuke ana. A rātou anō I hoki waimare ki te wākainga. Yeah, this morning, you know, many of us will be thinking of our forefathers and men and women who are buried overseas, who didn't come home, those who were lucky enough to get home and who have passed on. And it's also a time to honour those who are serving at the moment. So, you know, the Ward of the Victoria Cross encapsulates all of that, particularly for Māori with the award to Moana Ngārimu, which I'll say something a bit more of later.
I think it's also good to see the inclusion of things Māori in these Anzac Day services, which, you know, for us, obviously, dawn is a significant time in our traditions and customs. And, of course, we saw the karanga from Huia Pihema Ngāti Whātua and the whaikorero and the mihi from Joe Pihema here today. It is something that is significant in a lot of Anzac Day services, and we're about to see something else as well now. Here's a haka that is going to be presented as a part of the service to conclude the Anzac Day service here at the Auckland War Memorial. Kia mātakitaki ake rā tātou, kia whakaronga ake rā tātou, ki tēnei haka ka tā ki nāke, e whakamaharatanga ki ngā toa, I te wā e whakapāhotia ai a he toa taumatarau. E whakarongo mai ana koutou kia whakaata Māori e whakanui ana I te rā whakamaharatanga ki ngā hoia I te tau, 2 e 2 te kaumātoru. Ki I tatunu mai, ke mātakitaki ake rā tātou, kia whakarongo ki tēnei haka, I nā rā ko ngā toa o tūmatauenga, e tika ana, kia whakarongo ake ki tāka.
I te heki ngā atu o te rā kainoa ki te aranga mai ki ata, ka mau ngahara tonu tātou ki a rātou. O reira ki a koutou mā, aku manu taupua, o ki wairua mai. O te awhe kātua e nganguru nei, te taua moana, tūmatauenga, taua ārangi, e moe, hakato mai. O reira mai mātou nei, te kura tūmatauenga o Vanguard, e tuku ngā roi mata I tēnei rā, te rao ngā hoia. O reira, mai mātou katoa, ngā akunga, ngā tauero te kura nei, e mihi nei, e tangi nei, e mō te ana mō koutou. O reira tēnā koutou, hakato mai, moi rā, I aku rangatira. Hei a koe. Sku! Kiro! Tōrega whakaranga! Oi! Kia! Rei! Te! Oi! Kia! Rei! Te! Oi! Kia! Woo! Woo! Te! Ah! Leka ea! Hau! Leka mai! Hui! Leka! Leka hei! Yeah! Hui! Leka! Leka hei! Yeah! Hui! Leka! Leka hei! Yeah! Hui! Hau! Rei! Whau! Hei! Yeah!
And that was the haka performed by the cadets in front of the Field of Remembrance, actually taught by Kain Te Tai, who died tragically 5 weeks ago in Ukraine. Kain Te Tai was warm and friendly and quite a hard case character, described by some as very colourful. Kain worked with whakaata Māori on our Anzac special 2 years ago and captured our hearts. But today we celebrate his life and hear from some of the people who were close to Kain.
So this is the box that I got for Kain. It was before he was born. I got this for him because I wanted to keep all of his, all his birth book and everything. I know this is corny, but I had his first blood nose, and I've got it down here saying the first time he had a blood nose. I don't know what I was thinking. Never a dull moment. Never a dull moment with him. He was one of those kids that had his mind made up about a lot of things. This one cracks me up. For Christmas, I'd like a G.I. Joe. He is the eldest of 7. He always did want to go into the army, and when he finally had the opportunity, that was him. And of course, when he went to Afghan, that was really good because he was with the Peace Corps and, the rebuilding of Afghanistan.
First time I met Kain I think it was late 2018, early 2019. Colourful character, colourful character.
Sweet, cheers guys. Don't swipe right on those photos, bro. Not a good one.
He was very, very keen on commemoration, about honouring our fallen.
Hold that one, brother.
So much so that he asked if he could put the field in 2021 with his younger cohort.
What we're going to do is we're going to go up first of all, and we're going to go plant the ones of our brothers that we do know, and then and our sister as well.
We met, and I heard that he was sleeping in his car. And I found that quite offensive that someone that had served was sleeping in a car. And yet I found out he was doing so much for veterans.
And joining me now is Kane Te Tai. I know that you're out of the armed forces at present, but you're still involved with them.
So what I am normally more in charge of or sort of work with is veterans' mental health, and also just sort of helping them out with the process and the idiosyncrasies of getting out and organising themselves, and I've been there myself, so it's first-hand knowledge. So it's just
I see a lot of young men and women that have served, and I see it with my own cohort, my older guys. They come back and they eventually get out of service and they go into the real world and want to move on from the military, and it's that struggling to adjust out there. I saw him giving so much, and this probably is why he went where he went and what he did.
New recruits have also just arrived from Canada and the UK. The fight's so urgent that team leader Turtle from New Zealand only has a couple days to get them ready.
there is such a lot of emotion within these fights, mainly because from a lot of what I've seen is they don't want to be there either. I never thought that I'd ever...
He wanted to make a difference, and he wanted to do something where he felt he was really using his skill set to help people, and I commend him for that.
All right, let's go. Yeah, hold this.
There are some people out there that will say, oh, well, he was just a mercenary. Was it for the money? Absolutely not. He was making chump change. But he wanted to do it.
WD everybody from the Farm Recon team here in the Initial Blast in Ukraine.
I wasn't 100% behind Kane.
He was going into something new, and I just had that fear that he was going into untapped territory.
And hopefully you guys are keeping safe.
People are going to pick up on that, oh, he smiled here, or he was in a war with a drone. He wanted to give the world the truth, whether we wanted it or not.
Hands up! Give me your hands. Show me your hands. Show me your hands.
He had a vision, all right, and that was for peace, ultimate peace and the freeing of a nation.
Oh, New Zealand! New Zealand!
My brother!
New Zealand!
I know him. He was in the Red House.
Oh, God! It's you!
Good guy. Come with me.
I have the utmost respect for him, and I never even told him that. Told him I was proud of him, I loved him. But not told him I respected his choices.
If you look back on all the wars, the ones that suffer the most are the women and the children. He loved his mum and he loved his daughter, he told me many times.
One of his cards he gave to a girl when he was young, he goes, "To Joanne, love and kisses, love form Kane." Jokes. But yeah, I'm glad I kept all of this. Because the first time that I opened it after Kane, that we heard that Kane had passed away, and I'm glad I'm not blubbering mess this time round. And you know, I'm going to give this to his daughter so that she can, she's got a keepsake. Definitely something I'll give to my moko. See, there's this card there. King. There's a king, right?
And that there was a shot of the Onward badge. Now, 2 other New Zealanders were also tragically killed in Ukraine in the past year, including soldier Dominic Arbelin and humanitarian aid worker Dr. Andrew Bagshaw. Now, Sir Wayne Buckshelford, known to most of us as one of the greatest All Blacks of all time, attended Kane Te Tangi's tangi to acknowledge his passing. Now, Buck's performance as a leader on the rugby field is legendary. Recently, he was appointed the national president of the RSA, only the second time a person of Māori descent has been elected to this role in more than 100 years. Now, Julian took the opportunity to speak with Buck about his new role.
I'm here today to actually tautoko Kane Te Tai because he got killed in action. And it's just coming as the president of the RSA to actually be here with the family. My son was in the military and he went away and he came home. This family, Te Tai whānau, they lost their son over there in Ukraine, and it's really sad.
What's your view on how we support our veterans now?
All of our RSAs around New Zealand, if somebody's really crook, what we do is they have to fill out the forms, and then all the forms go straight to Veterans Affairs. But now you've got ACC part of it too, MSD is part of that as well. And so working with 3 different departments, and only one department, which is VA, know more about the vets than anybody else. My son came back from Afghanistan. He was a bit different. He was different when he came back. You know, people start to spiral down. And those are the ones that really need to get their support as soon as possible. At the moment, we're suffering a little bit in certain areas. And we've got to get back to our core responsibilities, which is remembrance, support, and advocacy. And we've got to be outstanding at our manaaki.
Joining us now is the Deputy Prime Minister, the Honourable Carmel Sepuloni, who was also here at this morning's commemoration service. Morena.
Morena.
Morena. Look, I want to talk to you about some of the comments that were made by our new National President of the RSA. But first of all, what does Anzac Day mean for you personally?
It means a lot. We all of us that grew up in this country have commemorated Anzac every year, have come out en masse. It's a time of reflection. It's a time of remembering loss, and it's a time of thinking forward as a country and thinking what we do want as a nation and what we want to steer clear of too.
No, I mean, we're all here today remembering our soldiers who have served in the army, those and all the defence forces, those who have passed as well as those who are still alive, many of whom are suffering from mental and physical disabilities. What help is there currently available to our veterans?
So we currently have the Veterans Support Act. About 20,000 veterans are supported by that or registered through that. About $118 million is paid out each year. That supports with the rehabilitative work that they need. Of course, mental health, physical impairments that they may have got through serving. And so that support's in place. There's also a fund, a Veterans Independence Fund, for those to support them in their homes to be able to stay there with the simple things like mowing lawns and a range of other things.
Yeah. Look, I know the veterans have expressed some concern, I guess, around being able to access those services. They go to Veterans Affairs, but they also have to go to MSD and to ACC. So is there a way perhaps that those processes need to be simplified so that the veterans can access the support that's out there for them?
Yeah, so the veteran support was, or Veterans Affairs was never meant to be a one-stop shop. Those that have served, that are veterans, that have ongoing mental or physical impairments, may still be able to access support through MSD and ACC, and we don't think they should be precluded from doing so. Veterans Affairs, though, can help with navigating that support because that can be what is difficult sometimes.
Sure. Lovely. Thank you for joining us this morning, Carmel. Ngā mihi.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. All right, and on to our next story. Popular young musician Thea of Waikato Tainui, Ngāti Tipa, is honouring her tipuna wahine, her female ancestors, with her latest album, All in Te Reo Māori, called Te Kahu. Now, one of the songs was written by her great nanny Mite, and some of us may recognise this as a garage party song, but as Thea explains in this next story, the metaphorical lyrics hold a very meaningful message about the loss and love felt during war.
Ko taupiri te maunga, Waikato te aua, ko Ngāti Tipa, ko Ngāti Amaru ngōku hapu. Give me a tone. Yeah. Ko tauranga nui, ko ōrairua, ko te ko taitanga ngōku marae, ko kukutai, ko karaka ngōku whānau, ko te ahau. Kai roto Waikato ko te tari o te orai. Ringiti o mai, ringiti o mai. I have been singing this beautiful song since I was a rangatahi. Kai roto Waikato ko te tari o te orai. Nā tōku kui, mi te ahu karaka kukutai tito tēnei waiata. Kai roto Waikato ko te tari o te orai. Ki te pono, ki te My great-grandmother was remarkable. I didn't get to meet her because she passed before I was born. However, everything I've been told is that she is one of the most fierce kui ever. She was called Te Taniwhao Waikato, so I suppose that, says a bit. She raised my kui in an army hut on the banks of our marae. She did many a tour with our dear kuini Te Aotarangi Kāhu. There's so many videos online of her performing, even to the Pākehā Queen. Kiwiweka is a waiata that was penned by Nani Mite in the 40s that describes the experience of some of our wahine who fell pregnant from a contingent of American soldiers. Lyrically, in this waiata, Nani Mite uses kupu whakarite, or metaphors, and compares ngā hoia Amerikana, or American soldiers, to ngā manu o te moana. Who saw land, settle, and then fly off again. And then she compares ngā wahine Māori to Kiwi and Weka, who can't fly and who instead tend to the land, tend to their young, tend to the nests. It's a very upbeat party song. if you're to listen to it sonically, but then if you know the story and the whakapapa and the lyricism, then you'll see how there's like a lot of sadness, you know, he pauri. Ki te pono koutou, ki te matua, he painoa iho e. My music lives in, you could say, two worlds. I was told in the spring I was a little child. My music is Thea, of course, which is very much alt pop, punk, experimental. Then my other project is Te Kahu, where I'm able to weave together the stories of my tupuna wahine, in particular, of course, Neri Mite. Kiwi weka is so relevant now and such a part of our ahurea culture, just by the fact that I'm still singing it now shows its relevance and the absolute genius of the composition and of, you know, Neri Mite. You hear the twig?
Lawe, te whakarongo ki te tui. Ki ta tunu mai ra e ngai iwi, arano atu ngā kōrero kei tā tātou hōtaka whakahirahira I tēnei ata, I te rā whakamahara ki ngā hoia kei runga I a whakata Māori ai nei.
Coming up next on this Whakaata Māori Anzac Day special, He Toa Taumatarau, we take a look at the work of the unofficial record and diary keeper of the Māori Battalion, Major Wally Worldly. Kia au tonu mai.
Kingi Te Rata Mahuta is in London to petition King George V for the return of confiscated lands. They tell him to talk to the New Zealand government, but England faces its own crisis. After a century of peace in Europe, the assassination of an Austrian royal leads to a domino effect of countries declaring war on each other. When Germany threatens Paris, the Māori king sees England join France and declare war on Germany. At home, Prime Minister Bill Massey is quick to respond. Apirana Ngata encourages as many Māori as he can to join the fight. He believes if they serve alongside Pākehā, they could be seen as equals and take their place in New Zealand society. We send several expeditionary forces with the Māori contingent, soon to make their mark on New Zealand history.
Major Wally Worldly served with A Company in the Māori Battalion during World War II. Against army regulations, Wally, who was a keen photographer and writer, took his camera along when deployed in 1940.
And we head now to Te Taitokero territory in the north with Wally's daughter Peggy and granddaughter Sarah for a look at what they found in the suitcase under the bed.
For Sarah Matheny and her mum Peggy, it's nearly 3 decades since their kraua Wally Worldly passed away. Just before Anzac Day, Sarah and Peggy call into their childhood haunt, the old family farm in Northland, and to a special exhibit at the 28 Māori Battalion Museum at Waitangi about Major Worldly's wartime photos and diaries. Wally Worldly was the unofficial record keeper for the 28 Māori Battalion in World War II. He took hundreds of photographs, mostly of Māori but some of Pākehā soldiers, and had some interesting stories in his diaries.
I was just like his little sidekick growing up. I followed him around the farm, got up early and went milking with him.
He was always happy, always smiling. He was a bit silly.
He was a guy that didn't say a lot, but what he said was important and worth listening to.
He was a good dad. He was warm to everybody. He just treated everybody the same.
And he was the first person that I have met that personified the word mana, because I'd heard it before, but never really experienced it. But he was one of those guys that could walk into a room and you could sense the respect that everybody had for the man.
Taking photos and keeping a diary was against the regulations, but senior officers probably turned a blind eye, especially as he took photos of some of them too.
We've heard that he shouldn't have had a camera during the war, so I don't quite know how he got away with it.
For decades, the photos were kept in a suitcase on the family farm. Sarah says the suitcase disappeared, but was found again after his death. Many of the photos have been used in books, virtually no one knowing who the mystery photographer was.
Obviously, his ability to take photographs and write diaries was the greatest asset for his war stories that we as a family have, and that New Zealand has, as a matter of fact.
I always knew they existed. I remember as a kid seeing them, the suitcase on the dining table and all the photos spread out. A brother of one of the soldiers used to come to the house regularly and go through them, and I used to sit at the table and just watch and listen.
You know, if he knew who were in the photos, he'd write their names on the back, which is great.
Wordley left Wellington in 1940, arriving in time for the battles of Greece and Crete. Just a humble corporal at the start of the war, Wally Wordley was soon promoted to sergeant, then second lieutenant, first lieutenant, then captain later in the war, before retiring as a major in 1958.
He was a great comrade for his compatriots from the Murray Battalion, the likes of Ben Porter and Bully Jackson.
Wordley was a man of all seasons. As well as taking photos and writing, he was a keen sportsman, including playing rugby in the Māori battalion team that won the Freiburg Cup, which was sought after by the whole New Zealand second division of over 20,000 men.
He loved tennis, golf, rugby.
When he came back from World War II, Wordley married his wife Jessie of Ngāti Whātua, whose family owned land northeast of Dargaville.
Like with a lot of those people that came back from the war, they came back with nothing and built it up.
Wally broke the land in, and the couple lived in a simple house at first, which still stands on the family farm in Northland.
He never spoke to us about the war at all, or his time in the war.
I do remember asking him as a child if he had ever shot someone or killed someone. And I remember him saying he doesn't know and he doesn't want to know. And I could tell by his voice that that was the end of that.
An incident in Wally's diary shows the platoon on a high.
In time we got up and not seeing anyone about, some of the boys went ahead on a ratting mission and were surprised by the sudden appearance of a couple of Aitais out of a dugout. The boys fired a couple of shots above their heads, and wow, Aitais seemed to come from out of the ground. Number 7 platoon collected 1,000 in all.
But within weeks, the tables were turned. In a heated battle, Wordley's platoon and the rest of A Company charged German machine gunners. Their attack failed, and about 2/3 of the Ngāpuhi soldiers were killed or wounded. Wordley was among the injured.
A lot of the stuff we've found out has been since he's passed away. So I guess when I thought he was open with what he used to tell us, he told us very little.
I know when Dad went on one of the pilgrimage tours, when he came home, I was looking at his photos and I thought, oh my God, poor Dad, he's taken a photo of a headstone and for some reason the camera has duplicated it about 40 or 50 times, but no, it was each headstone that he'd taken a photo of different people. That made us think, oh my gosh, so many graves.
He's always recorded on the backs of photos everybody's names if he knew them. It wasn't just a snapshot for snapshot's sake. He wanted to record who was in his life at that time. You know, obviously cameras weren't as small and secretive as they are now, so maybe the people who were photographing were quite happy to be there, and the people that didn't think it was right turned a blind eye.
People used to borrow the suitcase and take all the photos away. They actually disappeared for a couple of years and they were found under a bed in someone's house up in Kaitaia after he passed away. You know, so we're actually lucky that they were found again.
Many others remained undiscovered until the family lent them to the Waitangi 28th Māori Battalion Museum, Te Rau Aroha. The treasured contents of Captain Wordley's exploits are now on show for all to see.
I just feel like he knew that he had to take photos, he had to capture it. I always thought that, because then the way he kept notes on the back of the photos, it was like he knew to document what was happening. I don't recall there being talk of anyone else having a collection like that.
It wasn't until later that I sort of had the opportunity to look through the albums, and it was just sort of mind-blowing. We don't know how lucky we are.
Major Walter Wordley passed away in May 1994, aged 78. His legacy, a life in pictures, sharing the stories of so many others so that we can assure they'll never be forgotten.
Awesome, eh? All from a suitcase under the bed. Joining us now is Dr. Monty Suter, historian, author, and Army veteran. Te takuta tēnā nō koe. How rare is it to see a collection like this so well preserved in a suitcase under the bed?
Well, strangely enough, kei tēnā whānau, ngā whakaahua, ngā reta, ngā rātaka. It's surprising, but lots of our whānau have these things. It's not in this condition, though, and in this size collection, it's quite remarkable.
They mentioned that there were restrictions around taking photos back in those days. Was that normal?
Yes, simply because if you were captured or killed, the enemy will take whatever you got on you, and if you've got photographs on you, that will help assist them learning who the enemy is. You might have photographs of your camp, of things, or your friends, and they learn so much and helps the enemy.
It's 2023 now. Are you still hearing about whānau that are finding diaries, whakaahua rātaka as you call them, now, even now?
Only because their parents or grandparents haven't told them that they have them, and so somebody dies and then they find these collections in their attics or under beds.
That must be Christmas for you, eh?
Oh, yeah, if anybody's got them, get in touch with me.
Ka wai, awai te takute whai ake nei. We catch up with Louis Baker to hear about his way out a brighter day, inspired by the letters from his koro, Lieutenant Colonel Frederick Baker.
Anzacs with the Māori contingent await orders in Egypt, while England plans a risky attack on the Dardanelles Strait, a strategic waterway, to supply Russian allies and knock the Ottoman Empire out of the war. 3 platoons land under heavy fire at Gallipoli. Instead of a swift victory, they face a labyrinth of twisting slopes, leading to months of hillside trench warfare. In July, the Māori contingent arrives to relieve and support the troops. In August, Anzac forces climb the slopes, while Māori troops enter the warrens and dispatch terrified Ottoman infantry in close quarters melee combat. They capture and hold Chunuk Bair near the summit for 2 days, but Turkish forces retake the position, forcing the Anzacs back down the hill, a disastrous campaign. But it forged a new chapter in our nation's identity.
Singer-songwriter Louis Baker of Ngāpu. He never met his koro, Lieutenant Colonel Frederick Baker, but after reading his letters from the war, the soulful musician wrote a song especially for him.
Louis shares his waiata with us and the truly inspirational meaning behind it.
My song Brighter Day was a song I wrote for my koro, Frederick Baker. I never met him, but he was a commanding officer of the 28th Māori Battalion.
Generations come, generations go. Younger look to the ones who walked away before.
He was shot through the face, had a full facial reconstruction. Had to learn how to speak again, and he would apparently say, "Today is a beautiful day," over and over again in the mirror to retrain his muscles.
Saw the house burning down right in front of your eyes. When there's nothing left to lose, how do you leave the past behind? You turned it all around, with your feet still on the ground. Don't cry.
You know, today is a beautiful day. That sentiment alone is huge, because what these men would have faced and what they went through in World War II, we can never understand. But I think that's a huge sign of his kind of character. And
Come what may, so you're looking for a brighter day. You're looking for a brighter day. Hope you find that brighter day. Oh, sending love in this letter to you, my friend.
I read a letter that Fred had written to his cousin Albert, and it basically speaks of the harrowing things in war that they'd been through together. But one thing he speaks of is the acts of absolute selflessness, sort of restoring his faith in human nature. When I'm singing the song, I'm connecting to that wairoa and connecting to him, and that's special to me.
Then a new day comes and I can start to see. When the evening's done, it all comes down to me. Dreams are never lost, and time is all we need. I'm just thinking about the love we leave. So you're looking for a brighter day.
With war, I think wisdom and real empathy comes from lived-in experience. And, you know, I don't have that. But I do have, you know, a love and a want to connect.
Sending love in this letter to you, my friend. Hope we find that brighter day. Oh, find that brighter day. Find that brighter day. Oh.
It's my letter to Fred, because he's a driving force for me, musically and just as a person. Yeah.
Ai hari te mea he reo kōrero noa te reo Māori, he reo poroporo i ere, e kia e te kōrero, tā te rangatira kai he kōrero, tā te rangatira wai he waiata.
Atika hokira, and as you can see, Dr. Monty Suter is with us here now to discuss this and more. The tradition of waiata and writing about waiata for tupuna who went to war, how far back does that go?
It's a long tradition. It goes right back into a pre-contact period. And it was our way of commemorating I guess our warriors, and it was a way of dealing with grief, and also of sharing, you know, the pain that comes with the loss of loved ones. And you know, some of our compositions, our motete, and that reflect that even today.
Look, Frederick held a number of commands and was even awarded a DSO for his time commanding the Alamein battle. So when did he actually take over the Māori battalion?
July 1942, and he was in command for 4 months. He was wounded in November of that year, and that really reflects how dangerous a job it was, that you'd only have command that long, and he probably would have been there longer if he didn't get wounded. And he was the second Māori commander of the battalion. Before him was Tiwi Love.
Right.
He pātai anō, what's your favourite waiata of that wartime period? You know, because Ngāti Porou, so no pressure because they're all watching.
No, the song I like most is the 28 Māori Battalion song that everybody knows, and that's national, it's not Ngāti Porou.
Hawhai, tēnā koe.
Oh, yeah. Nā, he kōrero nui anō te haere ake nei. So after the break, we take a look at the life of World War II pilot Kelso Fiturere Mason.
Kia mautunu mai e ngā iwi, he toa taumata rau, he kōrero taumata manomono.
Renamed the Māori Pioneer Battalion, they're sent to France. A 700-kilometre maze of trenches awaits them, the Western Front. For most Europeans, this is the first time they've ever seen a Māori. Even the letters NZ are a mystery. England and France planned to punch a hole in German lines, ending the war. The Battle of the Somme. 50 years earlier, their tupuna dug deep trenches to protect themselves from British assault. But now, they dig together on foreign soil. This is a German shell, designed to explode above their enemy, ripping them to shreds. This is where the term shell shock comes from. The Battle of the Somme is one of the bloodiest battles in history, taking over 1 million lives in its wake.
World War II pilot Kelso Feturere Mason flew the dangerous skies of Europe, North Africa and the United Kingdom as a transport pilot.
And now his son Dave Mason wants to find out more about his father's war. After the war, Kelso actually married and spent the rest of his life in England, never returning to his tūranga waiwai, here to his home of Aotearoa Harbour near Kawhia.
Kim Webby has this story.
Dave Mason, of English, Te Arawa and Tainui descent, is about to board a DC-3, the warhorse of World War II. Dave's taking a scenic flight over Auckland in Fly DC-3's Douglas Dakota. It's the main aircraft his father flew during World War II.
His name is Kelso, and Kelso was where his great-grandfather came from in Scotland in the borders. His middle name is Feturere, which was given to him at birth. That translates to meteor, and you think, well, maybe his parents sort of thought that this was in him, that he's going to fly high.
Kelso Feturere Mason flew nearly 2,000 hours during World War II as a transport pilot. He was one of 6,000 Kiwis based in the United Kingdom. The pilots first trained in Canada.
What would be going on in his mind when he's on the ship going with his mates off to Canada and with that uncertain future? It makes you wonder.
Jeff Cooper owns this Dakota, aka the DC-3 and C-47. It was the first commercial aircraft Jeff flew when he joined the Air Force in 1967. Jeff recalls what former American President and Army Commander General Dwight Eisenhower said about the Dakota.
He, of course, was quite specific in the fact that had it not been for the Goonie bird, as they termed it, the war would never have been won. Specifically at Normandy and at Arnhem, it was used predominantly for parachuting or paratroopers, and of course the other thing was that they were towing the glider behind them as well. The gliders were a simplistic way, really, of doubling the capacity of what was being carried in the DC-3 or the C-47. They could get about 26 or 28 paratroopers in, and about the same number, perhaps a little bit more, in the glider behind. Keeping in mind, of course, that gliders were released when they reached the dispatch point, so there was no engine, no power on board that particular airframe. So a lot of them didn't make it, but fortunately, a lot of them did make it as well.
Dave has a lot of questions about his father's war service. Kelso Mason died aged just 51.
My father died when I was 8 years old. I find it sad that I didn't know more about what he actually did. But, you know, we all feel very proud that he contributed to the border effort, and very proud that he was married. I have found it fascinating when my mother passed on the logbooks and the photo albums to actually work out for myself what he did during the war. And for a relatively young fellow to go from a farm in Kawhia and Waikato to joining the Air Force, you know, what drove him to do that? So now he's going from base
Broadwell to France,
to France, It's strange that it's just got France.
Yeah.
It doesn't say where.
Well, it's actually identified as B14.
Oh, right, so that would be,
yes.
yeah.
Here it is again, see, to Broadwell.
Yes.
Back there again.
So there's some sort of code that they use.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, an unnamed airfield. I guess the fact that some of the areas were coded, that they didn't want too many people to know, A, where they were going or coming from, and that what was probably on board the aeroplane as well.
This is Kelso. Yeah, he was flying sort of here. He went from Lynham in the UK and right across to Cairo.
Supplies might be troops, munitions.
Yeah.
Could even be, depending on, because remember they can put vehicles inside of Dakota.
Oh, right.
Yeah, jeeps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
On a mission like that, they're essentially defenceless, really.
We all believe that we're part of history, that history isn't just in the past, nostalgia just isn't in the past, it's actually now as well. So we're the downline from the 1940s all the way through to now, 2023.
After the war, Kelso met and married Dave's mum. He owned a corner store and his own recreational plane.
We used to go flying, and my mother didn't used to go flying. She was terrified of flying. So my two sisters and myself were taken up by my dad, and my mum would be left behind in tears, thinking that's her family going up. But of course, we always came back, because I think it was a pretty good pilot.
Kelso Mason never returned to Aotearoa. He died of a heart attack in England in 1961, aged 51. But he is remembered in his birthplace of Kawhia, where his name is on the school's World War II Roll of Honour. Dave grew up and had a stellar television career in England, working with celebrities like Donny Osmond and Barrymore before coming to Aotearoa to live.
When did you first find out that you had Māori heritage?
When I was 14, I said to my mother, I said, it's rather strange because I'm quite brown. When the sun comes out, I really go dark. She said, I forgot to tell you that you're part Maori. And I said, that's marvellous. I said, that's great. So it's then that spurred me on to start work on the family tree and find out a little bit more. And then in 1999, when I came out to New Zealand, I made it a bit of a priority to trace my roots.
While Kelso lies at rest in England, his son Dave Mason's journey of discovery about his dad and his own heritage will continue for years to come.
"2023 marks 100 years since the formation of the PAF, or Permanent Air Force, the forerunner to the NZRAF. An airfield was established on land donated by aviation enthusiast and parliamentarian Sir Henry Wigram in Christchurch, initially using British aircraft left over from World War I. And seen as a frivolous gimmick by early critics, the RNZAF has grown into a modern independent service and is often the first on the scene when trouble strikes.
Te Gai Ngā Kōrero Group Captain Susie Barnes has taken up the key Air Force role of Logistics Commander based at Whenuapai. Her role holds responsibility for all the services required to sustain Air Force fleets throughout their operational lives. He uri no Ngāti Porou, she grew up in Tokomaru Bay. We've just been talking about her whānau. She has a wide range of appointments at home and overseas in her 28-year career, and Susie joins me now. Susie, tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe.
Thank you so much for joining us. Really good to have your company this morning. What has the Air Force been up to recently?
Well, you may have noticed we've been out there, like you say, first on the scene to support the likes of the aftermath of Cyclone Gabrielle. So our NH90 helicopters were in there performing some pretty important and pretty urgent recovery operations very early on in the piece. We also had our C-130 Hercules supporting through personnel movement and equipment, vital supplies into the area at that same time.
Wow, it's a big mahi. You've got a lot of role and responsibility in that mahi. How do you prepare for something like that when it's a climate good event? That's right. I should have actually, that's the answer.
To be honest, we have an amazing team of people, not only in the operational realm, but also in the tail end, the maintenance, the logistics, all of the intelligence. Our workforce is very professional and very prepared. We are always planning, and so when something like that happens, we're there to support.
Tēnā koe. Look, thank you so much for your time. I thought we were going to get you to throw a shout out to Tainui, but we won't. Engari, mihi ana kia koe, Susie. Thank you so much for joining us. Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe.
Now, after the break, the awe-inspiring life story of a legend of Le Quinoa in France, all the way from Te Arawa. Nō reira kia u tonu mai rā ki tā tātou hōtaka ara, kua toa taumatarau I whakata Māori.
Two years into World War I, no one wants to volunteer. Young men, practically children, go to war and never return. While Apirana Ngata writes a waiata encouraging Māori to enlist, some Māori find the idea of enlisting unconscionable. In the New Zealand Wars, Waikato Maniapoto faced Raupatu, the confiscation of their land. So helping Pākehā with their war on the other side of the world? It's insulting, and it doesn't make sense. With reluctance, the government resorts to conscription, the draft, and they target Waikato Maniapoto as an example to those who don't want to join. But they still refused, because they were still fighting another war. The Raupatu had never ended.
Kia ora mai anō. Now, the story of how the audacious Kiwi World War I soldiers liberated the French town of Le Quinoa by scaling the wall with a ladder is now legendary.
But few people know of Winiata Tapsel, a Te Arawa soldier who entered the village the night before seeking food. Kim Webby with the battle the whānau has undertaken for recognition of this brave soldier.
Makatu in Bay of Plenty is where a little-known war hero and better-known Māori All Black was born on January 24th, 1892. In the World War I liberation of Le Quinoa in France, Winiata Tapsel made history, but his deeds were not recognised and he received no glory.
He was the first New Zealander to enter the town. And then, of course, the rest of the New Zealand Brigade were able to enter as well and literally save the town from the Germans.
Aged 22 in February 1915, Winiata Pekamu Tapsel left for World War I aboard the Waramu. He was one of 500 men with the 1st New Zealand Māori contingent, later known as the Pioneers. Winiata enlisted with 10 members of his family.
There was his father and his brother, and his father's 5 brothers and 2 of their sons. So in total there were 10 of them.
This is the Te Arawa.
In February.
Yeah.
Down in Makatu.
Petera Tapsel is the youngest of Winiata Tapsel's 21 children. His brother Homan is the 5th youngest, and Katie Paul Tapsel is Winiata's granddaughter.
He was an extraordinary individual. He was a provider for our family, an excellent fisherman come hunter.
Did he talk about his time in the war with you?
Not directly, no.
He never talked about it.
No.
As everyone else spoke about it.
At Gallipoli, Winiata Tapsel was part of a contingent of Te Arawa and East Coast Māori who fought alongside Pākehā soldiers in a bloody and bitter battle for Chinook Bear. In a letter home to his sister Ida, written from hospital in London, Tapsel writes,
"The Turks sent a shower of bullets like rain. Well, to tell you the truth, men were mowed down like a field of oats. Still, we moved on. When the word came, we jumped straight at the Turks. That's the time I felt the real touch of the bayonet. Amidst the roar of the guns, I can hear the squeal of the men as the bayonets were driven home."
Back with his battalion in Europe, Winiata Tapsel dug communication trenches and built roads at the Somme, Messina and Passchendaele.
I get the impression that he just got tired of doing that.
Badimi Kaire is an historian. With Katie Paul Tapsell, he's writing a book about Winiata.
He wanted a bit of action. So he managed to hook himself up with one of the rifle brigades.
It was November 2018, and Lekinwa had been occupied by the Germans for nearly 4 years. Rows of stone walls, some 13 metres tall, surrounded Lekinwa, but somehow Winiata Tapsell got in.
The story is that many of the Māori pioneers were sick and tired of eating bully beef or the tin food rations that they were given by the New Zealand Army.
It was agreed upon that my father should go in, behind the walls where it was occupied by the Germans and see what food he can gather. He took note where the Germans were located, and on his return back into the camp, he notified his superior officers. Through that, they were able to recapture Lekinwa.
How did he get in?
He climbed over the wall.
Climbed up on a tree, apparently. And he apparently shot one German. He got some kai and came back.
And what was the kai that he brought back?
I think it was chickens, yeah.
For liberating some French chickens and finding a way into Lekinwa, Winiata did not receive any accolades.
We were told at the time his cousin, Captain Te Whatiweko, was in charge there, and he said to the family and to the people that he should have been given a medal. But he wasn't given the medal because he had gone AWOL.
So what happened to him instead?
He got punished.
Tapsell received 14 days field punishment, but his unofficial reconnaissance mission helped the division to find a ledge high enough up the wall for a ladder to reach the top. Lieutenant Leslie Averill is remembered as the first soldier over the wall, but at least 3 written records say a Māori pioneer soldier beat him to it, not just the night before, but also on the day of the battle. One report is from the war diary of the 2nd Battalion, New Zealand Rifle Brigade, led by Colonel Jardine. It states,
"A dash was made to get into town by some officers and men and one pioneer. The latter actually did get into the town with the aid of some timber and shot one Hun. This party was driven off by machine gun fire."
The third report is from New Zealand's official war correspondent, Captain Malcolm Ross, who wrote,
"That such a fortress should fall to New Zealanders is an episode in history. Stranger still is the fact that the first man to enter was a Māori, one of our pioneer battalion."
In 1919, a Waikato newspaper was the first to name Winiata Tapsell as the first Kiwi into Lekinwa on Battle Day. On November 4, 1918, the Kiwis liberated Lekinwa. The Germans surrendered swiftly.
I think he deserves the accolades for doing what he did, and, it should be recognised right throughout New Zealand.
Rotorua Mayor Tanya Tapsell also wants greater recognition for the deeds of Winiata Tapsell, her great-grandfather.
It's incredibly important we get history right. This is an opportunity for us to do so now that we know, and also to celebrate with those communities, once again, that beautiful history and the stories that we share.
In 2018, Homan and Petera were invited to Lekinwa to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the liberation, and Petera was on stage to represent the Tapsell whānau.
We take care of the soldiers as if it were house songs.
Prior to us going over there, I got a phone call from the government office there saying, look, we were in a bit of a dilemma here. There's Averill and there's your dad, what do we do about it? I said, well, just recognise both of them.
Now these sons of Winiata Tapsell plan to return to Lekinwa in November for the opening of the town's new museum. It will feature a Weta workshop exhibition of the liberation of Lekinwa by the Kiwis.
We had been told, I don't know whether it's official or not, that they were going to name one of the rooms after Dad in recognition of what he had done. So that's the story so far. Whether it happens or not, we don't know.
Winiata Tapsell returned to Aotearoa in April 1919 after 4 years and 51 days abroad. He left behind his uncle, Nopiha, who died at the Somme, killed by an exploding shell. He was right beside Winiata. On his return to Makatu, Winiata became a Māori All Black. He played against the Springboks in Napier in 1921. He continued to hunt and fish, and in 1924 he married Raukakawa Francis Hunt and had 21 children. Winiata Tapsell is buried here with his tupuna and descendants, overlooking his beloved Makatu. A humble man, a truly unsung hero.
21 kids. And Kim Webby's camera operator for that story was Tere Tapsell, a great-grandson of Winiata. They're everywhere. The Tapsells. Joining us now is Dr. Monty Sutra again. So the end of the war, Gallipoli, 4 years service. That's an extraordinarily long period of service, isn't it?
Absolutely. In actual fact, he went into camp in October 1914 and would have come home in April 1919. So it's 5 years service. And he survived Gallipoli, Passchendaele, the Somme, Messines. You know, some of our greatest losses were in those battles, and to come back pretty much unscathed is a miracle.
Wow.
Monty, do you think he would have gone back to the fortress after it was liberated to look at the place?
Well, funnily enough, 3 days after the liberation, the Māori Pioneer Battalion moved into the town, and they were mixing with the locals and living with them. And on the 11th of November, when the war ended, the battalion headquarters were in that town, so he would have gone back in and actually lived there for a couple of days.
Well, tēnā koe i nā kōrero. Hoi anō e te iwi hei muri i nā whakamatuatanga. Ka te tiro ake tātou ki nā kōrero e whāna kia te moana nui a kiwa Ngārimu, nā whakaata Māori tēnei. E tūhaha nei i a Anzac Day, 2023, he toa taumatarau.
4 years of war finally takes its toll, and Germany yields and surrenders. In Versailles, France, German diplomats are forced to sign a treaty. It blames Germany for the war, demands that they pay for it, hand over their colonies, and dismantle their army. It's a raupatu made of pen and ink. The Anzacs and Māori return home as heroes. For some Māori, war service will present new opportunities. For most, they face the same old problems. Some friendships forged with Pākehā during the war will last a lifetime. And with time, Waikato and the government will resolve their differences. And when the call to war came again, New Zealand with Māori are ready, together.
Well, this year it's 80 years since Te Moana Nui Akiwa Ngārimu posthumously received the Victoria Cross for bravery, determination and outstanding leadership during World War II. In 1943, Ngārimu was the first Māori to receive the highest military award for Commonwealth countries.
On his father's side, Ngārimu is of Ngāti Poro. On his mother's side, from Te Whānau Apanui and Te Whakatohea. Our reporter Kim Webby caught up with Maraea Rewiti Akuhata Butler and the extended whānau of Te Moana Nui Akiwa Ngārimu in Te Kaha.
Te Kaha RSA in Eastern Bay of Plenty holds close the memory of Moana Nui Akiwa Ngārimu, VC. People here are related to him through his mother, Maraea Akuhata Butler of Te Whānau o Rūtaia of Otūwhare, a hapu of Te Whānau Apanui.
Here's my nanny, Nanny Kapua. Right? That's my grandmother. My grandmother, it's my father's mother, was a sister to Maraea Ngārimu. There's Nanny Maraea there, Auntie Maraea there. Here we are. There's your grandfather.
That's my grandfather.
Tell us about your grandfather.
He was the quietest man I I ever knew, and you had to extract information out of him.
Hariata Paura's grandfather was one of Mariah's brothers and an uncle to Moana.
As a child, I remember going to my grandparents' home in Omaio. There was this beautiful picture in this beautiful frame that adorned the wall. And I used to look at it as a child and wonder, who is that handsome man? And why is he hanging on the wall? And he must be somebody pretty important. And as I got older, my grandfather told me who he was. And I felt sad. I felt proud, but I felt sad.
As well as being kin to Moana, Hariata Paura is the immediate past president of Te Kaha RSA.
We have a pretty big shindig when it comes to Anzac, and he is at the forefront. But we also know that he was one of many, many of our whanaungas that never came home. So Anzac for us in our little RSA is a big deal.
Here today at Whakaroa Park, Ruatoria, is one of the greatest Maori assemblies of the century.
Second Lieutenant Moana Nui a Kiwa's Victoria Cross was presented to his parents on October 6, 1943, before a crowd of 7,000.
Today is proof that the warrior spirit still lives.
It was 6 months since Moana was killed in action at Tebaga Gap, Tunisia. Moana was 24 when he led repeated attacks on Hill 209. His Tommy gun and even stones were his weapons. He was already twice wounded when he fell on the hill C Company referred to as Hikurangi, Ngāti Porou's sacred maunga.
It shows that leadership and that mana and that going back to their roots when they were in a foreign land, and shows the whakawhanaungatanga and the camaraderie that they had for each other and what they were prepared to do for each other, to die for each other.
Mrs. Ngarimu and I wish that Moana could be here to see the tribute paid to us and to all the Maori people because of what he did to win the Victoria Cross.
I watched the footage of that day and my heart went out to her as a mama. From my perspective as a mummy, it would have been quite overwhelming because suddenly your boy, your baby, has been thrust into the spotlight when all you wanted to do was bring him home. I recall hearing my grandfather talk about it was almost like an unsettledness of his tuakana, Nani Mariah, when they received the VC. And he felt aroha for his sister.
Knowing the type of person, nature she had, she was probably wondering to herself, why just my son? When we've heard stories and we know that there were other young men that could have quite easily got VCs too.
Mariah Akuhata Butler moved to Ruatoria as a young woman.
She went to Ruatoria. She was sent to Ruatoria to work for some of the big sheep farming stations up there as a domestic for, I think, the Williams, and finds out that, hello, this big chief from Ngāti Porou wants to meet for his wife. So I thought, besides being kind and gentle and humble, she must have been beautiful too. But I must say that I think when she went to work in the household, she already had a strong foundation. She was already a strong young woman because of the way she was brought up here. She encompassed and she enveloped all the other young mothers that had little children, babies, when their husbands or brothers or uncles went to war. So her house was always full of families and children. But one thing I loved about her legacy too was she didn't forget her people at home here. She could have stayed over there and not even come this way to see us.
Second Lieutenant Moana Nui a Kiwa Ngarimu, VC, son of Ngāti Porou, Te Whānau Apanui and Whakatohia, lies at SVAC's Commonwealth War Cemetery in Tunisia. He is visited often by his whanaunga from home. Mariah Rewati Akuhata Butler Ngarimu died in 1977. Records show she had received an MBE. She was so humble, some of the family I spoke with had no idea she had one.
Dr. Monty Suter is back with us again. Tēnā nō koe te tākuta. So as mentioned, it's been 80 years since Ngāti Mūvisi was awarded with the Victoria Cross. What do you think we can take from the sacrifice that him and his men made at Te Baga Gap?
Well, I think the action for which the Victoria Cross was awarded encapsulates the spirit that motivated the men of the 28 Māori Battalion to defend their country, and the roles and obligations that motivated them. And that rose out of the Article 3 of the Treaty of Waitangi, where the full rights of British citizenship and the roles and responsibilities that are associated with it were imparted to Māori. And I think the best example of it is when Moana Ngāti and his men, in the face of determined enemy action, refused to withdraw, and as a result of that they paid the ultimate price, which we call now the price of citizenship.
Nā koe. He was of Te Whānau Apunui descent as well as of Ngāti Porou descent. That's significant. How would that have been a benefit to him in the Māori Battalion?
Well, Te Whānau Apunui, for starters, are the most decorated iwi in the 28 Māori Battalion, warriors all. I suppose you could say the same for Ngāti Porou, but I guess having more than one tribal connection helps you when you're among tribes within the battalion, and they're more likely to follow you. Those were the men he was leading into action, and they're more likely to follow you because they're kin.
Tēnā koe.
E te tākuta, tēnā koe wau nā kōrero I tēnei ata. Tēnā koe whai wāhi mai ki tā mātou kaupapa, te rā whakamahara ki nā hoia I tēnei taurua manorua te kaumātoru.
Tēnā koe, tēnā kōrero.
Tēnā koe, tautoko ana I ramihi ki a koe. Kia tahuri ake tātou iai nei e ngā iwi ki ngā kaupapa ka whakaaturia e whakata Māori hei te roa ngāke o tēnei rā. Company is next and follows the 2014 Moana Niakiwa Ngāti Mūvisi Hikoi to the Middle East, followed by Te Rongotoa. Then Pixie, the remarkable story of Blue Smoke, the first ever song composed, recorded and released in Aotearoa.
To me, when I think of Pixie Williams, she's our first female, Māori, kahungunu, pop star.
The song goes on.
Vapnieka, a town in Ukraine, is the story of a family coming to terms with the loss of a beloved son. Revealing Gallipoli takes an in-depth look at what happened on the Anzacs' most revered place of battle.
Churchill plans to sail his fleet past the forts that guard the Narrows, across the Sea of Marmara, and capture Istanbul.
This afternoon, we will cross live to the Gallipoli dawn service. Then, Fitiki recounts the stories of 3 Māori pioneers who fought in World War I through the eyes of their descendants.
Ka mohi o tātou, ka mate tātou I tētai o ngā rangi. Ko tō mahi I tō wā ora, te mea nui.
Kia mate a Ururoa, chronicles of one of Aotearoa's most outstanding war heroes, Harding Waipuke Leaf, awarded the Military Cross for bravery and who fought in both World Wars. Then at 7 p.m. is a special Anzac episode of our debating show Mura o Te Ahi.
Tonight's double feature is Anne Frank, Parallel Stories, starring Helen Mirren, and Alone in Berlin, the story of a Nazi Germany working-class couple who secretly distributed handwritten cards in Berlin denouncing their government after the loss of their son.
Something has happened to the boy?
Those liars! You want to blame you and your damn war, you and your damn Führer.
Kia hatia ko ki rā ngā kōrero ki ngā taumata o he toa taumatarau I aia nei. He mea whakapāho nā whakata Māori, hei whakamahara ake I te rau o te aroha ki te hunga kua rau me mene atu rā ki tua.
Ai, ki ana te kōrero, whakatika mai rā, mūrunga ana te rā, hine pūrotu, ropa mai atama, he mana kai te kāinga, noho rātu koutou katoa, ki nā pai kāinga o te motu.
Kua riro mā meisi rika tātātou hōtakai whakarā popoto ki tētahi waiata nā tana korua. Ka maumahara tunu tātou, kia rātou. Ka maumahara tunu tātou, kia rātou.
Essere sotto qua vara, preso la casama, ti stavo ad aspettare. Anche stasera aspetterò, e tutto il mondo ascolterò con te lì, con te lì. Underneath the lantern by the barricades, darling, I remember the way we used to play. Sing as you whisper tenderly that I love you. You'll always be my only, my only, Tiaho te marama, I tua paraki, ka hoki ngā mahara, ia kaua e te tau, tō reo ki, wai ata mai, he aroha, mauroa, ta kulili mali, ta kulili mali, kontelili mali, kontelili mali.
Kungenge o te hai te kura porere. Kai hia keu i te hari te kirawai. Kāre ke te tumariki tu moia e mate kai roto. Hinengaro te tamari ki, e hari ki re, kai peni tuni te purei kaupoi ini ane.
During World War II, more than 1,100 men volunteered to fight from 7 tribes of Te Tairawhiti. They were part of an all-Māori frontline infantry unit, the 28th Māori Battalion. They were the boys of C Company, the cowboys, so called because they grew up on horseback. Nolan Raihania was 16 when he quit school and went to Hicks Bay for Home Guard training. By the time he was 17, he'd enlisted and joined C Company.
I rungo tonu ngā rongo kōrero, mo ngā mahi aturua te kaumāwaru. Ngā mahi peneti, ngā mahi ahatu, era mea katoa. He toa ki te whawhai, katoa. Era tūma mo kōrero. Ai mga pai kare me kore no e roa atu te whawhai nei, ki a hoa roa atu. E nui tonu mātou ngā mea tamari, kāri iāwana ke te rā mai hianga, me ki hianga. E nui mātou i roto tō mātou rōpū.
Nolan often talks about his experience of war. He was part of a tour of the battlefields in 4 countries where C Company soldiers fought and died. Prior to leaving, everyone gathered here at Uepohatu in Ruatoria for the karakia. The Ngārimu VC Legacy Tour will commemorate the 70th anniversary of Moana Ngārimu's death and the posthumous award of the Victoria Cross. They'll also remember others from the Tairawhiti who fought and died with C Company during World War II.
Time is critical on the trip.
Military historian and C Company expert Dr. Monty Suter is the tour leader.
If you're in the habit of being late for things, this is not the trip anyone wants.
The group is 87 strong and includes 31 secondary school students. They were selected because of their whakapapa to soldiers of C Company and their knowledge of the Māori Battalion.
Their schools have deemed it a worthwhile pilgrimage that they might learn more about World War II and the contribution that New Zealanders made to it, especially their own forefathers who were in the Māori Battalion.
Retracing the footsteps and war stories of C Company is a continuing legacy.
We always question what's the legacy of the Māori Battalion to this generation. One of them is that the fact that we're going over there is its legacy is that we remember them and remember why they died, the sacrifice they made, that we might have better lives.
Mōku tunu nei, iare neo I te whawhai a koera putake ngā kōro, mo te kiingi I te rawa, te kiingi, mo tātou whenua, mo tātou iwi katoa o te motu nei. Kai te pera tunu o ku whakaro I nāni.
Something has happened to the boy? What more can a man donate than his child?
Court, is that what it is?
We wait for our friend to make a mistake.
Now on we are alone.
Alone in Berlin, a te pōnei ki whakata Māori.
Ko tātou matu, ai tua o te wākaiana. Ko mātou hōhiki, ko hia i te pai o te poka. Ko waru, ko tausi. Tangia e ti, e te tangia ngā koutia atu e matu. Waru ko ngā whāro se ko ngā pēa koutia.
Ka mahara tātou i te rā o ngā hoia ki whakata Māori.
C Company's story begins with Sir Apirana Ngata. He was known as the father of the Māori battalion. The East Coast tribes, encouraged by Ngata, were among the first Māori to volunteer to fight, a tradition set by Ngata 25 years earlier in World War I. He supported Māori fighting in the First World War without question. He was proud to be a British subject, and he was loyal to the Crown, a feeling that many Ngāti Porou held at the time, despite Pākehā prejudice.
At that time, Māori were second-class citizens. The British Empire came here with a view that they were far superior to the natives. They had a hierarchy with the white people at the top, the brown people below them, the black people even below that. Ngata had to struggle against that. When war broke out, Ngāti Porou, and supported by Te Arawa, made a big bid to establish a Māori unit in the First World War. And the idea was they could go to battle with their Pākehā compatriots and therefore come back and be seen as equals. So the struggle was for equality for Māori.
In 1914, the British War Office controlled New Zealand's part in the war, politically and militarily. They were afraid coloured people fighting in a war might turn on their colonial masters. After all, the New Zealand Wars had ended less than 50 years earlier. But by the end of 1914, Indian troops were fighting along the Suez Canal. And eventually agreement was given to form the first Māori contingent. Soon after, over 500 Māori were on their way to war.
But even when they were allowed to participate, they were trained not as soldiers for the front line, but as assault pioneers. The assault pioneers in the military are the people who dig the drains and put down the duck boards and do all the menial duties. So they're the servants of the combat soldiers.
Freeze it! Up!
But Ngata succeeded in forming an all-Māori unit that would be the model for another battalion in World War II.
Both with gratitude for the past and with confidence in the future, we range ourselves without fear beside Britain. Where she goes, we go. Where she stands, we stand. We are only a small and young nation, but we are one and all a band of brothers.
When New Zealand entered World War II, Ngata's call for another Māori battalion was easier. The government had already considered setting up Highland regiments for each major town in the country. Talk of a military unit based on ethnicity was all that Ngata needed to lobby for a Māori battalion. And this time, was no argument about separatism. Ngāti Porou were the first again to rally to the cause. The cowboys were a symbol of tribal pride.
But there was a total ignorance of the dangers of modern warfare. No one at that time had really absorbed the lessons at Gallipoli, in the Somme, and at Passchendaele. And so, going to war in the Second World War was seen as something glamorous, a chance to get away from the community and see a wider world. Ngata felt guilty about sending those young men to die. And when the battalion was formed, he watched the enlistment lists, and he was pleased to see when Henare and Tuakana enlisted, because he thought that his sons were now going to justify his kaupapa, that they were prepared to put their lives on the line.
Ngata continued his recruiting drive among iwi where enlistment was low. One method he used was to fill the train with new recruits from Te Tairawhiti overnight in Tāneatua. A dance would be held where they could make an impression on the young men and women of Tūhoi. He also encouraged grand farewells, such as the event held for the first recruits of Te Tairawhiti.
England expects every man will do his duty. You're going to perform on that duty. That's the duty that you're going to perform today. You're moving the youth and act on that duty. You're going to act upon it. You shall do so because the courage of every New Zealander, Maori and Pākehā, it's in you, born with you.
Ngata's next challenge was appointing Māori officers. He drew up a list of 150 men with the right whakapapa and education. Those who made the cut went for officer training.
One time when Apinana checked out on the officers, how are they getting on? He said, they're not very good at map reading. So Apinana laughed. He said, you take them into the bush and see how they get on. So they were put to the test. A Pākehā platoon and two Māori platoons. They were taken into the bush and they were given an objective and a time frame to get there. The Māori people got there first. Those who were dependent on reading the maps got there last.
But the government's insistence on Pākehā officers with military training won out. Major George Dittmar was given command of the Māori battalion, with the Māori, George Bertrand of Taranaki, as second in command. Two other Māori were also appointed at company level. Rangi Royal of Ngāti Raukawa and Hauraki descent, and Tiwi Love from Te Atiawa. Other Māori NCOs would have to work their way up in the field. But Ngata still had a hand in this.
And he would write to the Prime Minister or phone the Prime Minister, or the Prime Minister would consult him before General Freiberg, sitting in the Middle East, would appoint the next commander of the Māori battalion, for example. And so with that kind of credibility and with the kind of messages he was indicating, it's not a surprise that he would provide that significant leadership.
Ngata farewelled the men of C Company and the others of the Māori battalion's main body as they sailed from Wellington on the 2nd of May, 1940. But it would take nearly a year before they finally saw action in Greece and Crete. After the Allied retreat from Greece in April 1941, the Battle of Crete began with the first ever airborne assault. C Company fought here for nearly 2 weeks.
No!
The Ngārimu VC Legacy Tour is at 42nd Street. Here, a famous haka and bayonet charge by the men of the Māori Battalion took place in this olive grove. It began with a haka by Private Hemi Hemara Opori of C Company.
He'd had enough of 8 days of withdrawal, just being pushed back, and he took it upon himself with no orders to get up off the road and got up onto the bank and started to do the haka by himself. And this guy had, I guess, decided that I'm either dead or I'm going to get these Germans. So it was C Company that started that haka in this area, which reverberated between the three companies of the battalion. All they could hear was the screaming coming from the Māoris, and they knew it was on.
The township of Sikalaria is commemorating the 73rd anniversary of the Battle of Crete. The mokopuna of both the first Aboriginal officer of the Australian Army, Reg Saunders, and C Company soldier Hemi Hemara Opori are part of the ceremony.
The great-grandchildren of Reg Saunders, Brianna and Tane, and the Hamara family children, Ria and Tafi, which is the great-grandnephew and the great-granddaughter.
At Suda Bay Cemetery, the Ngārimu VC Legacy Tour remembers those who died in the Battle of Crete. More than 70 soldiers lost their lives, but only 11 Māori graves here are named. When the victorious Germans made New Zealand and Australian prisoners of war bury the dead after 2 weeks of fighting, the heat and delay had taken its toll. Many of those who died could not be identified. But their sacrifice is not forgotten.
I feel the suffering of millions, and yet I must hold on to my ideals. Perhaps the day will come when I'll be able to realize them. Yours, Anne Marie Frank.
It's only the second week of the summer and there's already been a dead fish in the pool.
We're trying to get it back alive.
You don't think everybody knows what's up here, Lee?
Can you just give us a couple bucks?
Check out this hunk of spunk.
It's the end of the road. And Lucky Dip is going out with a bang.
Better give me a shimmy. All right. Amazing. Amazing.
So rev up those engines.
You're a winner, baby.
Because someone's going home with a really great prize.
Hey! Oh, I'm so excited I could just spit.
The grand finale of Lucky Dip on the road, followed by the major prize draw. Ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
It is a real privilege to have a platform.
Who better to tell Māori stories than us?
We're dealing with really big issues.
If I could inspire more Māori to take part, then that would be amazing.
Your stories.
What do you say to that?
It's been a tough battle, but we're there till the end.
Are our stories.
Do you trust Māori to come up with solutions?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So why are you not listening to
And that's what we could do.
We're going hard. We will keep going hard.
The award-winning Te Ao with Moana. Ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
In 1943, C Company played a vital role in defeating a determined German counterattack in the Tunisian desert. One battle took place on an unremarkable foothill near another rise, simply called Point 209. It was here Mona Nuia Kiwa Ngarimu, a C Company platoon leader, was killed in action. He was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross. The Ngarimu Legacy Tour has trekked into the desert to learn about this story.
Ka nui te mahi o ngā hoia e kawe ake te mana o Ngāti Pro ki runga tēnei hoki.
Ngarimu was one of 13 children who was raised in Whareponga and Pohatukura near Ruatoria. Whaingata grew up on stories about his maternal uncle.
He played rugby and was good at it. He was a member of the Hikurangi choir. He trapped hawks and he trapped them in little pens that he built on the hilltops. He was interested in horses. He had about 4 of them. He liked motorbikes. The day that he went to Gisborne to buy a motorbike, he fell off it. And so my grandfather's truck had to go up from Ruatoria to Tolaga Bay to pick him up and bring him home.
When he finished school at Te Aute, Ngarimu worked as a shepherd on the family station. He also became engaged to Hidia Walker, or Da, as her family called her.
She was very full of fun. She was a loving person and very open. And she got on well with the family and different people, with relations.
When World War II broke out, Ngarimu was one of the first to enlist and go to Palmerston North for training.
Te wai haere I rātou kei te baumarau e tūara mātou I te mea I taha te taiapa. E tahana te mea te service car ko rātou I runga. E tangi ana o e tai mātou. E haere rā, koena. E te baumara ai. And tino aroa I taua wā. Nui mātou ngā tamariki e tangi ana. You know, ka mōheo mātou he pakanga te mera, ka hemo rātou. Koe rā nā whakaaro I tērā wai, ka puhi nia rātou, ka hemo atu rātou, ka re hoki mai. A koto mātou tamariki nui tonu mātou e tangi ana I nene pēnā tonu, haere rā.
Ngarimu was an intelligence officer and later became a second lieutenant and platoon leader for C Company. He survived action in Greece and Crete, but when he arrived in North Africa during the Desert Campaign, Ngarimu wrote to his fiancée Da Walker, breaking off their engagement.
And I asked her, well, where's your ring? Well, she said she put it away. And I think that hurt her a lot because she changed, her attitudes changed. And at times she used to be a very close person to me, we were very close. But at times she used to come and stay with me, she'd hardly talk.
North Africa was the scene of heavy fighting for C Company. This included Tobago Gap in Tunisia, where the Māori battalion's objective was to destroy enemy guns at Point 209, a German position that blocked the Allies' advance. On the afternoon of March 26, 1943, with A, B, and D companies on their flanks, 3 platoons from C Company led a frontal attack to take out anti-tank guns. Ngarimu's platoon held a foothill called Hikurangi, just below Point 209. There was no cover, and the Germans had the high ground. Ngarimu and his men were hammered by mortar and machine gun fire. The Germans were only meters away, Ngārimu managed to wipe out 2 machine gun posts, and his men held Hikurangi against repeated attacks. When they ran out of grenades, they threw stones. Ngārimu was severely wounded, but his men stood their ground as the enemy launched another barrage. But at dawn, Ngārimu was shot and killed on the crest of the hill. Later that day, the Germans surrendered. The Māori battalion had lost 22 men. Ngārimu was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross. It was a significant honour for all Māori, and back home, Apirana Ngata began preparations for the investiture at Ruatoria.
This would have been right up his alley to say, okay, let's put on a show to celebrate the occasion. And of course he would have had the support of Kaumātua. So it was a community thing. But he spearheaded, especially in between the local community and government.
8,000 Maoris and Pākehās have come to the ceremony, including men of the Maori battalion.
It was a real uplift for Ngāti Porou, for Māori, but also for New Zealand at large, because, 43, we weren't out of the woods yet.
To receive from His Excellency the Governor-General the Victoria Cross won by their son come Mr. and Mrs. Hamoera Ngārimu. The decoration won by Lieutenant Ngārimu at Tobago Gap in Tunisia on March 26th is handed to his father.
Mrs. Ngārimu and I wish that Moana could be here to see the tribute paid to us and to all the Maori people because of what he did to win the Victoria Cross. He loved this country so well that he was glad to fight for it.
Almost 1 year after Ngārimu's death, Da Walker also died. The cause was pneumonia. Her sister believed otherwise.
She took it very badly. She shut herself in a room. Mona's mother put the engagement ring back on her finger. And she told Dad to take it, that it was hers. I think she died of broken-hearted. She was broken-hearted.
Sifak's Cemetery in Tunis is the final resting place of Moana Ngārimu. Here the group is formally welcomed by a small group of locals.
وبهذه المناسبة أود أن أهديكم أغنية تونسية لأرحب بكم.
Nā ko tai mai mātou a tinana mai. Ki te kōrero, ki te tuku mihi, ki te tangi, ke hekera o te hupe ki runga i o mātou pāpā.
Who better to tell Māori stories than us?
He wi moke, he wi whanoke, ko wae ke mātou ki ēnei karawhiu a tāwhiri mātia me ki.
Nau mai ki te ao marama.
Your stories
This is a really tough time for Tāmaki Makaurau.
are our stories.
We're the first to admit we've still got a long way to go to achieve equity for Māori.
I feel really privileged to be doing my job.
Te ao marama a te pōnei ki whakaata Māori.
He RSA, he karapu rānei.
He tino ho te puta kia kai ki te RSA.
Kore mātou e puta ana ki te kai. He kai, ke te mai.
Muro o te ahi a te pōnei ki Whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Ko tātou mate, ai tua o te wākaiana. Ko mātou hōhoti, ko hua i te kai o te whaka. Ko waru, ko tausi. Tangia e ti, e ki tangia ngā koutia atu e mātou. Waru ko ngā whakaro se ko ngā pēa koutia.
Ka mahara tātou i te rā o ngā hoia ki Whakaata Māori.
Juliet, you can't go to a book club meeting on the island of Guernsey.
Finally, I'll have something serious to write.
Do you suppose it's possible for us to already belong to someone?
Guernsey Literary and Potato Peel Pie Society, ki Whakaata Māori.
Here at Faenza, the Ngārimu VC Legacy Tour commemorates the fallen of the Italian campaign of 1944. Local school children and other members of the community are also here. The graves reflect how, after 4 years of war, those killed in action were now very young. Officers were in their 20s, the men they commanded even younger. In 1944, C Company had moved from the sun and sand of the desert to the winter battlefront of Italy.
The New Zealanders zigzagged their way up Italy in a confusion of battles and skirmishes. They were able to revert to their role of pursuit until Faenza, where they were again held up by a strong German stand in the city. An old lady's repeated cry of La mia bella Faenza was lost in the noise of battle and the destruction of her 2,000-year-old city.
C Company suffered heavy losses during the Battle of Faenza, but it was here that one formidable officer of C Company made his mark.
I knew there was a seething volcano in there.
I think that my grandfather brought a style of leadership that was very caring.
If you were in his road and you were in front of the objective, you had to be disposed of.
Arapeta Maruki Tipua Awatere was of Ngāti Porou and Ngāti Hine descent. As a young man, he was dedicated to the war god Tumatawenga.
My grandfather was one of the last to have gone through the wānanga at Umwariki and Ruataupare down at Tupārua. And in that experience, he was taught the history and the arts of warfare of his people, the people of Ngāti Porou. Furthermore, when he was at Te Aute College, he studied Hannibal and other great generals of the past in the European theatre of war. And so that was another way that he was prepared when he was in warfare himself. He also had joined the territorials, so he wasn't one of those new recruits who came from on the farm straight to to the theatre of war. He wasn't a boy, he had a wife and a family. I don't think anyone's ever ready for warfare, but he was in some ways prepared.
His abiding interest was Māori tuatahi, timatatanga me te mutunga. The beginning and the end was Māori. And this sort of Western best practice and military models and all those kinds of things, he accepted those as a necessary part of his being Māori.
Awatere joined the war as a second lieutenant and intelligence officer in 1941, at the beginning of the Desert Campaign. Awatere's younger brother, Tom, was also with C Company. He was killed at Sollum during the advance on Libya. He was lured into a trap by the enemy who'd pretended to surrender by waving a white flag.
One of my brother's section men ran back to say that Tommy was cut in half. So with my pistol, I shot the fellow who fired the gun. I then ordered my lot to shoot. Those men who had flown the white flag, but who were now regarded by us as hostile, were mowed down like ninepins.
Following that point, he has written that his heart turned hard against the Germans. So previously they were the enemy, but following that, he had no sympathy for them.
In the desert, Māori gained a reputation for following a battle plan, but they could also become lost in the heat of battle. If they encountered resistance, they'd keep on attacking beyond the battle objective, and sometimes contrary to orders. In some ways, they were their own worst enemy. Awatere, as a commander, could be just as unconventional, a trait that worried Ngata.
I don't think Api was entirely supportive of Arapeta being next colonel of the battalion. So, but when he was appointed, that was fine by him, but I think he had some reservations. But I don't think they were reservations about the ability or the talent. I think there was a kind of worry about some degree of instability. But I think once he became the colonel, his men knew him, they would follow him anywhere, and he wouldn't let them do anything that he couldn't do. And I think that's the merit of a commander. And if he can do that, then any other worries you might have about him are kind of irrelevant.
He did everything he could to save some of the younger men, for example, some of the 16-year-olds from going into those front lines, giving them other jobs to do, look after the tuck, be the batmen, and to protect them if he could.
Awatere also had a strict code of honour.
He would not be averse to dispensing rough chuffs if he felt like it. Somebody would do something wrong and he would offer them two punishments, one, the military punishment, or two, his. And his was to take them around the back of the shed and give them a hiding, which he achieved in doing most of the time, but not all the time.
My grandfather actually ended up in hospital from one of his men who was just too good for him. But there was definitely maybe a sense of awe that he was just so determined and certain about what he was doing and what, therefore, everyone else was going to be doing. However, what I've been told and what I've seen in terms of oral interviews and cordial with many servicemen over the years is they loved him. They loved him because they knew that he cared about them. They knew that they were protected as much as they could be under his leadership. I've had many men come up to me at different hui or even the street and just start crying in remembrance of what they shared with koro.
By 1943, Awatere was a captain and commanding C Company in the fighting at Tabaga Gap. The battalion's objectives were Point 209 and a foothill the Māori named Hikurangi. Awatere was wounded and removed from the battlefront, but received the Military Cross for his leadership. It took almost 100 casualties to beat the Germans. Among the dead was Moana Ngarimu.
More than anything that would have hurt him was he wasn't there. I think if he had been there, he would have probably marched up the top of that hill and actually got in front of Moana to do what Mo was doing to defend that. So that's the kind of the devastation I think he felt when the news came back that Moana had died on the hill that morning of the 27th.
My grandfather has written a poem for Ngāti Mū, and the first line is Kia mate ururua. And so to that means, die fighting to the death, to the bitter end. And he writes of how Ngāti Mū had followed in the footsteps of ngā kuripāka a Uetuhiao. So those tipuna, they were the brown dogs of Uetuhiao. So we're talking about the ultimate fighters that are renowned in Ngāti Porou. And how they made the ultimate sacrifice. They passed away fighting for their people.
In Italy, 1944, Awatere received the DSO for his leadership. He was promoted to Lieutenant Colonel and commanded the Māori battalion with his Ngāti Hine cousin, James Henare, as his second. It was a good partnership. Henare's composure tempered Awatere's forcefulness. But Awatere brought a very Māori style of leadership to the military structure of the battalion.
Tolonge ona tangati ngāre te pate pōko mai hei hākari ia mātou ngā tauhou. Ngā tauhou ko whakaururu mai ne. Kāre. Koe rā, ngaroa te atau te patu pōka mai ngā pōkanga i Itāria. Koko rau ngā Itāria ni roto o rātou whare. Me whakawāteo mai rātou he whawhai hui kere kau wai matamate rātou. Kare kua rātou pōka me ngā pīkau moha tui reire. Tako mua hera ko mātou na ke pāho pera no ngā pāka ngare ko ngā Māori. E tama, ke tika tonu tēne.
But Awatere's hardline attitude towards the enemy landed him in trouble. After the death of Ngāti Mū at Tobacco Gap, claims emerged about Awatere ordering his men to kill German prisoners, and of Awatere himself shooting a German officer.
Ka mauhere te tahi apiha tiamana. Ka hotu he kaputi ki te apihira, he hikareti. Ana ka kea tu, Awatere ki ai. Pai tēnā ki a koe, ai ki ana te apia. Ana pātu a Awatere ki tana pū ka patua. Kia e ai te mate o tana whanaunga. Koe rā ngā tikanga te ao Māori.
Awatere was disciplined and stood down by General Friedberg. James Henare took over command of the battalion and brought the men home after the war.
I remember being told of an incident where he came down to Mangahania Marae shortly after he had returned from the war, and he saw some younger men there who had not gone to war, and he threw his jacket off on the marae and he swore at them and he castigated them because they had shirked their duty in his mind. And he was so upset because he had fought alongside his younger brothers, his cousins, and saw so many of them pass away. He felt their deaths very, very deeply. He wrote several poems to farewell his comrades. He spent nearly 2 years after the war taking the kauimate of those young men who died around to each marae around the country. He did that with Erewera Sterling.
Following the war, Awatere became an academic, a civil servant and businessman. He was the first Māori city councillor in Auckland. But in 1965, he killed his lover's new partner and was sentenced to life imprisonment. Awatere died in prison in 1976.
I was born here in this whare. That was really emotional, coming home.
I'm so grateful and lucky, I guess, that our pakeke, my tupuna, lived here and left something for us to come back to.
It's just warm. I just can't explain it. It's more than just a homestead. It's my home.
Homesteads, paraire ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Check out this hunk of spunk.
It's the end of the road.
Damn, girl.
And Lucky Dip is going out with a bang.
Better give me a shimmy. All right. Amazing. Amazing.
So rev up those engines.
You're a winner, baby.
Because someone's going home with a really great prize.
Hey! Oh, I'm so excited I could just spit.
The grand finale of Lucky Dip on the road, followed by the major prize draw. Ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Yeah, this is it. It's like nothing before us, and they are without precedent.
2, 3, 4.
An epidemic called Beatlemania has seized the teenage population.
The Beatles, 8 days a week, the touring years. Money.
While the Ngarimu VC Legacy Tour is on the road in Italy, Nolan Raihania shares his memories as a soldier of the Māori Battalion's C Company.
We really idolise this Māori Battalion. And with the paint in charge, we put them up sky high, the 28th Māori Battalion. And we hoped that the war would carry on for long enough for us to grow up and join this famous Māori battalion. Ko te kaupapa tuni haere tia e rātau, koe ra te mea nui ko te kaupapa. Rā te kaupapa ko te pare atu te hoariri, kia kore e tā mai konei, ki te patu haere pēr, ki te takakino, ia tātou te mariki, ia tātou mokopuna, o tātou pakeke, te katoa noe, te katoa noe.
Dei nostri soldati Maori.
Tavanelli, near Florence, was liberated by New Zealanders, including C Company in 1944. Nolan lays a wreath at a memorial engraved with the names of those who died here. It's one of a number of ceremonies commemorating Italy's liberation during World War II. The group are guests at another ceremony in Florence. Nolan fought here during the final offensive of the Italian campaign in April 1945. C Company had joined forces with Allied troops pushing north amidst disintegrating German resistance.
It was a race between the South Africans and New Zealanders for the distinction of first entering Florence. The Africans won by seconds, with the Maori troops hot on their heels. Partisans who had supplied the Allies with information before Florence fell took up arms to clean out the snipers.
In his speech to the gathering, Nolan pays tribute to the bravery of Italian partisans who helped reduce Allied casualties.
Some of the places we arrived at, they had already freed ahead of us. Some of the towns, some of the small towns we got to, they were already there. They were chased the Germans out of it before we even got there.
group also pay their respects to the fallen at the Florence War Cemetery. For Nolan, it's a time to reminisce about the special relationship forged between Māori and the Italians.
Thank you from the municipality of Sankashan for the liberation of Sankashan.
Thank you, kia ora.
Yeah, so
That young girl came along, she thanks everybody for for our part in the liberation of their country. Kare kore kare roto I a rātou hitori, nera. You probably read it in their history books. It'll be all in there. And especially down here, the people were very, very thankful and very, very friendly with the New Zealanders, especially our Māori, of course. The Māoris being quick to pick up their language and sing their songs. Ako, and we sing them when you go Waipiro, but no one, we're singing them. Yeah. But no, it does bring back memories.
The group journeys on to Casino. In 1944, it was the site of one of the bloodiest and longest battles of the war. Members of the Ngārimu Legacy Tour are attending a special memorial ceremony here with other New Zealanders. Prince Harry and our Governor-General, Sir Jerry Mataparai, are at Casino War Cemetery to commemorate New Zealand and Allied forces who fought here 70 years ago.
we honour the 2,176 young New Zealanders who did not return home after the Italian campaign.
He walked past me in Naughty and he waved. He waved and he made eye contact with me. So it's pretty safe to say that I'm marrying into the royal family.
39 New Zealand World War II veterans are also here and get the opportunity to meet Prince Harry.
Well, what an honour. What an honour not only to come here, but to accompany those old fine gentlemen who made the effort, who travelled from the little far-off New Zealand to not only to this place, but some start off in North Africa, journeyed up into Italy, fighting all the way. Why? So that we could have a better world to live in.
The Ngārimu VC Legacy Tour has returned home after nearly a month away, retracing the footsteps of C Company soldiers during World War II. The final part of this journey is another special ceremony in Gisborne, the opening of the C Company Memorial House.
Ro te ara I takahina mai, e te mea mātou ana ki wheno e ngā iwi katoa o te C Company. Tātiki e rongora koe ngā āwhina, tā te kāwana tangatāna te tino āwhina. Nei te pū awa I tanga I te rangini.
On board this train, there are 200 Maori boys for the Gisborne and the East Coast districts. The husbands are embracing their women folk. There's great excitement. Further down the train, the boys of Te Araroa, Tiki Tiki, Ruatoria, Waipiro Bay are assembling, all gradually debusing now. Here's one of the officers of the Maori Battalion, Whiro Tibble.
Tēnā koutou. Ko tāmai mātou kāni te kua te ngākau kua tāmai.
C Company received a hero's welcome when they arrived in Gisborne after the war. Of the 3,600 men who served in the 28th Māori Battalion, 974 served in C Company. They had one of the highest casualty rates. Almost 700 men died, were wounded, or taken prisoner.
O ngā māre ki ara o mātou. O kutun, o whanaunga tata. Ngā mea kari hoki mai. Ka mahua tiki reire. Tātiku ngā mea hoki mai ko kore I wainganu I atatau I naini. Nā koe ra tunu te menu e whakara tiki rātau.
Ko tātou mate, aitua o te wākaiana. Ko mātou hōhati, ko hinga I te pai o te toka. Ko waru, ko tausi. Tangia e te tangia ngā pētia atu e mate. Waru ko ngā whāro se ko ngā pēi aku.
Ka mahara tātou I te rā o ngā hoia ki Whakaata Māori.
Watch everything Whakaata Māori.
Bro, get out of here.
Your favourite shows, wherever you are, join in more places than ever.
Join us for a great time.
TikTok, Instagram, Facebook and YouTube with Māori Active.
Oh, we're more than just rugby players. We've got heaps of skills.
And now it's all on your biggest screen, on the latest smart TVs. Be part of something bigger. Māori Plus.
E rauranga tira mā, whakarongo pikari mai ki te rongotoa.
E parira ngā tai ki te akau.
He toa anō te toa. I te mea, koia tēnā ko ngā tohu, e taia e te tāne te ahuru, ka tai ki te riri.
He aha kei te awairua e tatari mai ana.
Ko te rongotoa he kōputu waiata pakanga no te ua pūnehunehu o nā nahi rā.
Poa tarau e moe ai
Ko te toa ki te Māori, ko te tangata tino koi ki te mahi I o nā mahi, a tinana, a wairua e rātu mea koe rei karanga ia e toa.
Au e ihu, tirohia, arohaina ihora.
E pakangau ki me ki rā ki te rawa ko South Vietnam.
taku ki atu te nuinga o rātou he Māori. Tō rātou tua, ngā Māori katoa, e ki te au, e haere ki te rau pakanga.
Nā troi au kiri sore, nā troi o te lamoa, nai ni vinai no si quare, nā troi grande femoa.
E kore e mō nehu te pūmahara kia rātou i tū i te pai o te riri. Ko ētahi ki hai i hoki mai. Nā reira e te hunga mate, haere mai, haere.
He tika te kōrero, kua mutu te ao mate nei.
Haere mai rā kia tapatapa hia tō kiri ki te ake rautangi ki a tū. Kia haere te riri e. Ka iri ngā koho ki runga, ka tatao ki runga o ke reru, o ngā toka whakaura, he motu wharangi e te riri e.
Kia hoki tātou ki te tūranga toa i tua whakarere. Ko o tātou tūpuna, he kiri kaua ki te kupu, kiri kaua ki te riri, kiri kaua ki te rākau. Kei taku karanga matua a hone Sadler ngā whakamahuki.
Ko te mea tuatahi mo te riri, ko te ngau i te pae. Nā tēnei mea te ngau i te pae, ke haere ki ngā wharetiko. Kia tukua ngā mea o roto i te tinana kia puta. Kia kaua e nā mahi e pākino kia rātau. Kia whakatika i a rātau a hinengaro, a wairua, a tinana. Ka tai ki te wā mo te wahine. Hei uta i te tapu o te riri ki runga kia rātau. I roto i ngā momo haka o te wahine. Uia ana i ngā atua, kia tiaki mai ngā tāne, ka haere ki te pakanga. A rātau, i tupu i te whenua. Ia papatuanuku, ia rangi nui. Nā, ko te whakangungu rākau, hei kaupare i ngā tau, kai paina kia rātau, ka pā mai kia rātau, e kore rā rātau e rongo ki te mamai. Tai atu ki o rātau kirikiri e kore pā ki te mamai. I te mea, i roto i te rāhuatanga, ko te hinengaro, e hoki atua nei ki roto i te ao o ngā atua. I pērā ai, kia kaua rātou e whara. E kari me te mōhio nei tātou uetahi mate ki roto i ngā pakanga. Ko te mea tuatahi mate ai, ko te mataika. Ko ia ke te tino hia o ngā toa, ke riro te mataika ke aia. I te mea ko ia tēnā, ka mōhio tia, e tohu tēnā o te maia, e tohu tēnā, e tiakina e ngā atua. O tira, ko ia tēnā ko te rongo toa. E rongo hia tonutia, a tia, ko ngalo e nā whakatupuranga. E ora tonu mai ana e nā kōrero.
He kawa taura rua te kawa I a pamo Harirai te wahine ati manue Hariroi ai anai
Ka mutu te whakanga. Te tahi o ngā mahi o ngā wahine, hei haere te tiro I ngā toa, I ngā tūpapaku, hei horoi I ngā mea kua mate, I ngā tūpapaku, hei tangi ki runga ki a rātou, whakariti, whakatikatika rātou kia whakahoki.
Ia ka rewa te toto kuhoa Tuhi ana I te rangi
Ko ngā tai o mihi e nei e pari atu nei, mō ngā koha kōrero I ta koha tia mai. Hei kinaki I ngā kōrero e mea nei te waiata e pari rā. Nā paraere tōmoana I tito hei roimata ki ngā hoia e takoto kino nei I tawhiti pāmamao.
He waiata tēnei ki taku papa a Papahari.
E parira ngā tai ki te akau He hotura ko taku mana O e haria mai te aroha I ahau te iwi e he ngā kautangi noa te nara tauri mai he te tau te aroha Tēnei rā ahau te tangi nei Mō hau koe hea nei Haere rā mahara mai He te tau kia mau ki au Haere rā Kia tuturu wahau haera haera e tamaha erera Tauri mai e te tau te aroha
Tēnei rā, ahau te tā, i nei, mō hau kua wehea nei. Haere rā, mahara mai. E te tau, kia mau ki au. Haere rā, ka tuturu ahau. Haere rā, haere rā, ka tuturu ahau. Haere rā.
Ko te whānau ake o te kepa Stirling e whai hononga ana ki ngā pakanga o te ao. E mea nei ngā kōrero whakamahuki.
Te whawhai tuatahi tētai o tō mātou whānau i haere. Piopa Praone no roto te whānau a Maruare Muri. Koia te mea o tērā reanga i haere. Engari, kaore te tai atu. Ai ki haere ki te pakanga o te whawhai tuatahi ne. Ki tērā wāhanga nā ki te pakanga tuarua. E rua nā tāngata kari te ki ai. Kei te mohi au ko piopa nake te meo te kau kāinga i pērā. Tēnā haeretanga ki te whawhai tuarua. Nā, ka ki te hia e aua tere. Ka metu, hei, kare tika ke haere mai koe i konei. Ko pāhi ke koe te taumata o te pakeketanga. A mea tu a piopa ki ai, ko au i tai ki reira. Kei te mohi au e a te ahuatanga o reira. Kari iri te ki tēne no reira. I haere mai au kia ki te au. Pehea tēne au whawhai. Ana kanoa atua, te korau raki reira, te katoa te whawhai. Koe rei karanga ia mai toa. Ko tana hine ngaro kei te kaui i ngā huatanga katoa i karangatia ia he toa. Kare ngō ngā toa hoko o taonga nei. Engari, ki ngā mea kari te mōio, ka mea te kau e karanga ia he toa. No te mea kare koe haere ki reira hoko āporo e rā mea kau. Nā engari ngā mea mōio ki te ao Māori o te toa. Kari ro mana e whakatutuki ngā wāhangatanga ka tare e ngā mātua tūkoro. Koe rei kia e he toa.
Me pēhea e kore ai e aro ki ngā waiata a neni tuini ngā wai. E mea nei te waiata e kiwi i titoa e ia mo te hoko whitu atu toa a tūmatauinga.
Ko tangi haere haupere tōku ingoa, e waiata ana hau ki taku kranipa a mane mane. I haere atu ki te pakanga tuarua o te ao, no reira e tōku krani takoto koe i te tau o taki haere whakaoti atu.
ara o pari rau hei awhi mai te hoko whitu atu toa atu matau e ngā e au e kau kurira da roha e maringi no ngā roi mata e tai a te pupurira te hoko whitu atu toa atu matau e ngā e au e tau kurira na roha e tau kurira na roha
Ko me tō tangi wale Schmidt peke tōku ingoa, kei te waiata hau ki taku tungane, te pōtiki o taku whānau, ko Lewis tōna ingoa. No reira e te hunga mate, haere, haere, haere atu rā.
Ko te tau tahi mano e ihuarau te kaumawha te tau. Toru te kau mano i haere ki te pakanga o te ao. Rua mano, rua rau, rua te kauma whitu he Māori, a whārau rima te kauma waru he tangata Pasifika. O ku tau whakapapalahi, ki he kau mo aki, a ho tau ka inga Pasifika, nā le aki e nau mo ui, ka e malawa, ke mau e tau tau a taina.
He waiata tēnei nā taku tipuna kōka a ko tuini ngā wai tērā. Arohai nā mai e te kingi nui mana ki tiara o tamari ki e ho rahia mai rā te mari e nui ki te ho ko whitu atu toa ngā mamaitanga me ngā pouri nui pehi arawa tia ki raro rae me angatu ka karanga ki te matua ue aroha mai ngā hapu katoa o te aroa e tau awhi tiara ko tōku rongo kia mau te tihei mauri o rau ngā tipuna hei tohu e hi e
ora, ko Ka Williams ahau. Ai whānau mai au I rua tāhuna. Koira e ki ai ko te manawa o tūhoi. Nā, I te wā, I mate tōku pāpā. Tino mīharo ahau ki nā te reina. E mea nui I puta ke mai au I te puihi, ne te inaere. Nō reira kāre anō I kite I enei momo mea. I te treina, I te wakarere rangi, enei mea katoa. Nā, I runga mātau I te treina. A ka noho mai, ka noho ki roto I te treina, I kite au I ngā tāngata, a tāhua katoa, he kākahu hoia katoa o rātau. Nā taku whaia ke I ki mai, he merikana ena. Ko tētahi o rātau, I te hiahia kia haere atu ahau, ki te tiki pia naunau. Iaia, o kārea mōhio, he pia naunau tērā. Nā te mea kārea no I kite. Ka pēnei mai ia, a mina mai I tana pia naunau. Taku matako hoki I te tangata tauhou. Ka pēnei mai anō I tana pia naunau. Ka haere atu, ka ki mai taku whaia. Haere ki te tiki. Ka haere au ki te tiki. Me taku āta tiki atu e nari oma. Kare noi hoi ki atu ki aora. Ne, kao omatonu atu ki te noho. Ka tahi au ka kai I tērā pia naunau. Te reka ke.
Ka mutu, I pai ngā wahine Māori katoa ki te pia ngaungau Amerikana.
Tēnō reka. Nā, koira te wā I hara mai ngā Amerikana. Tēnō kahana wahine. Māori tonu nā te pai o ngā Amerikana kia rātau. He ahua, kuini ke rātau I taua wā. Engari, I hoki atu rātau, ka mahue mai, te wahine ki muri, me te pēpia no.
I te pakanga tuarua o te ao, ka haere o tātou tua ki te mura o te ahi. Ka mahue mai ko ngā wāhine Māori, nā wai ka tau mai te Amerikana ki te haumaru I a tātou. Ko te waiata e whaia ke nei, ko kiwi weka.
Nā mihi ki a koutou, ko Thea ahau, he titonga tēnei nā tōku kui, ko mite te aho, kukutai karaka tōna ingoa. Ko te ingoa o tēnei waiata, ko ringitia, kiwi weka rānei.
Kai roto ai ka toko te tari o te ora e. Ringitia mai, waiatia mai, tui mai e. Kai roto ai ka toko te tari o te ora e. Ki te pono koutou, ki te matua, he mai noa I hoe. te mapu, Amerikana ki ngā maru o te moana e tōpa mai ana, whakatau iho ana, haere atu ana ka noho kiwi weka i roto i te mamaku, whakarongo kau ana ko tāna mai pai, he noho noa iho i roto i te puihi ka noho kiwi weka i roto i te mamaku, whakarongo kau ana ka whanau te ki, ko tahi taurawa, ka tahi ka pau pau ki te pono koutou, ki te matua, he mai noa iho hori hori noi o te mamai o tō tinana hori hori noi o te mamai o tō tinana
E ko tō mātou pāpā, ko eruera whakatāne, kāwhia, ana Sterling. Ko ia te kai rehita i ngā tama o te haukāinga.
Just a few months ago, these men were working alongside of us in shops, factories, cowsheds, and offices. Good workers and good friends.
Te wā i haina hia ngā tama o roto te whānau apunui me Ngāti Porou ki tāre ki te whawhai. Ko rātou ngā mea kei te kāinga tonu, kei te mahi a rātou mai.
Civilian into soldier. It's an old story, but this time it is about us, and that makes it different.
Nā tō mātou tuakana noa rāpata waha i te kite ia pāpai haina ana i ngā tifike whakae ana. Ka pātai atu ia kia pāpa. Ka tae au te haina te tai ke haere au. Ka mea tau pāpa. Kare koe tae te haere. Ka mea te tahi. Noi kare no koe ke tai ki te tāne. Tamariki tonu koe, te kāmaono, ka tatari a wahawa, te haerenga o pāpā ka titiro atu ai ki ngā pepa e takotoa ana. Ka tai kāre ka whakakihi ai tana ingoa ki runga, ana ka tiki nātu te ingo pāpā ka haina te pepara, te okitanga mai ana ko tono, ka rea pāpā i ki tēnei, ana i reira ka haere ai ki te whawhai. Tai tanga atu ki reira, ka ramai pitana pāpā aua pētā o tere. Ka mea te wā, e ako i haramai ei. Ka mea o, i haramai runga i te whawhai. Kare ko i whakaitia, ai engari ke koni au. Nā i runga i tērā ka mea tua a pētā ki ai. Kaua rātu koe e kōrero. Me haere koe ki mua i hau i ngā wā katoa. Nā ka haere au, mene ke whakamua koe. Ana i rua i tērā ka haere wā. Ki mua i a peta ua tere. I ana haere ngairu te whawhai. I ngā wā i katoa.
Hei tautoko i hēnei taumata kōrero. Ko te waiata e whai ake nei, he rangi i whakamauritia e māua kaihau, mō ngā hoia i haere ki tā wāhi. Ko Troy Kingi ka taki i tēnei waiata ko Pō Atarau. Koe nei, te rongotoa.
Tēnei waiata i waiata mō mātou hoia, kua whiturangitia, kore rawa koutou e wareware a haere atu koutou.
I te tau ko 1955, ka pahū te riri i Whitinamu. He hoi a haere whenua a Miki Apiti i taua wā. Anei ana kōrero.
E pakangau ki me ki rā ki te rawa ko South Vietnam ko 161 battery. Te toi mahatanga o te taumātu pakangi te rawa, ia rā, ka tuki mātou i te hoari. O tahi anō te kamupene, ana ko Victor Company. Ka tuki mātou i te huarahi ia rātou e hikoai ana, i runga i te mea. Taha mātou, taha māui, tahi mua, tahi kimuri, koe rā te āhuatanga, o te āhuatanga I pakanga I mātou I te rawa. Korea pēr ka tai ki te toimahatanga, ka ki te koe I o hoa, e tehi o āhua pātau a toimaha ki runga I a rātou, o kia mātou katoa. Hoino, ka tautonu te āhuatanga o te toatanga ki roti hoi, ka hoki o mahara eta, ki te atu I te wahanga o rātou I haere ki te pakanga tuatai, tō rātou haerengi ki Gallipoli, pērā tō hapte tōma. I te pakanga tuara, rua te kau māwaru, o rātou katoa, I haere tō tonu rātou nā. Koe he mea, I urau E rā whakaro ki roti a koe, nā ka muri, ka pātou, ka pai tō whakaro ki roti I te whakaro. Me ngā pāke katoa, o rātou me ki tūpuna matua, I haere tonu ki te pakanga, o ngā pakanga katoa o te ao. Nā I te wā I hinga tamatu hoa. Koe rā tāna kōrero, ka ki te atu iaia, ka ki mai, ki te wā ka taia ka mutu, hoki atu, ka huri, mātou, ka noho, ka pahu, ne? Nā, ki reira, ka tau, ka pare kure tia, te mātou hoa. Nā ko tēnei rangatiro des, ko I te mea I te wā iau I maraia hoa, ko I te mea I whakamātautau iau I te ngā mahi hoia. Koe rā pia te tino toimaha I te kite atu te. Nā I te pō.
At night, they bomb by radar, pinpointing their targets by means of a ground-controlled system called Sky Spot.
Ngā mea karongo atu koe ki rota ahakoa pēhea. Karongo atu koe ki tetehi mea e taka ana. Te pare, te tiwa. Mea atu mea. I te rawa, I rā, ka tuki mātou I te huariri.
E rangona whānui hiana te waiata nei, aue e ihu, I ngā hui mate huri no I te motu. Hei himene whakamahu I te ngākau maru.
Aue ihu, tirohia, arohaina I hora. Whakaitea ake au ki tō umapiri ai I te wā ake ai e nei ngā Whaka
I tino Waimarie, mātau o te kāinga. Ki te whiwhi tangata pēnei a koutou, he hihiri ana, engari me te mōhio, ka mate ana o koutou hoa, he tino mamai I puta ki a koutou. E kore koutou e ware tia.
E ngā mātua koutou I ngaro ki ngā tao o te riri. Haere mai haere. Nā koutou rā I whakatakoto ai te huarahi. Hei oranga mō koutou uri o katupu, mahua kēnei. E mō tea tonu ana ki a koutou. I tuku nā tū o koutou tinana. Hei oranga mō koutou tamariki mokopuna. Kei muri a kēnei. E tangi aroha atuna ki a koutou. Moi mai.
Kei aku huia kai manawa, ngā uru pā o tātou tupuna, ko mutu te pakanga a ngā hoia I tā wāhi. Engari e māramana te kite I te wairua toa I nei rā. He hoia reo Māori tātou e wāhi nei I ngā ngaru huka o te wā. Kia kaha, kia māia, kia manawa nui. Ka whakairingi ake te ki te waiata a te rongoto I konei, ngā mihi aroha kia koutou katoa.
Ki roto I te mātu rōpū nei, I haere nei o Victor ko tahi anō te whakaaro. Māori mai, Pākehā mai, ko tahi anō. E hoia o tūmatauenga. Aroha Yahweh, Ki ngā pau o te piriti, Paki a mairau, He ngā tai kahara Puke ai au Ngā roi matai aku ka mo Iri te ki te ngaru Pati mai
Pāti mai, he ngā tai kahara e, puke puke ai hau e, ngā roi matai aku ka mo, iri te ki te maru. Pāti mai, pāti mai, iwa hoe, pāti mai.
Ko te reo, te take.
A creamy moon, a dreamy tune, the night so grand in Maryland, a gentle sigh, a hushed reply, love's in command in Maryland.
To me, when I think of Pixie Williams, she's our first female, Māori kahungunu pop star.
Her pitch and her timing is really amazing. It sounds as that old charm and aesthetic. And this is someone who wasn't formally taught.
Te wā tuatahi I rongo a hau mo te reo o Pixie Williams. Tēnei rangatira kai waiata, tēnei māre kura, no roto mai o Ngāti Kahungunu.
A silver string, ferns evergreen, will drift and dream through fairyland. The stream flows on, the song goes on and on through Maryland.
Well, Pixie grew up in Mohaka, which is in northern Hawke's Bay. That's where music was just so popular. There was no other entertainment.
The whole area used to come to our home, and we had a piano room, and the whole family used to gather there on a Sunday and have a sing-along. Usually the elders were singing, and us kids used to sit around at their feet, and listen to all the music that was going on. And it sort of went from there.
Pixie had a cousin, George Lewis, who was a very good pianist, and you thought, how on earth did he learn to play the piano as well as he did? And he told the story once that there was an old lady there in Auria that had a piano, and she wouldn't let anyone play it, especially not young kids. And so Pixie and George used to sneak in whenever she went down to the shop, and he'd play away on the piano. He always had Pixie as a lookout. And as soon as they saw the old lady walking back down, they'd close the piano up and disappear out the back door. But that's how George became a very good pianist, and Pixie developed that love of music.
I think Mum's talent for music really came from the roots, which is from Pahuwera Hapu of the Ngāti Kahungunu iwi, where she was brought up around music and she couldn't help but learn from everybody around her.
When you come from a place like this, Moaka, music was a big thing, eh? And Pixie used to live out. You know, a lot of us could hit a drum and thing, but she had something different, eh?
For Ngāti Kahungunu and our association with music, it's inherent us. It's in our DNA and it's in our whakapapapa, it's in our way of being. It's something that we inherit from our Māori gods. There's a karakia that says that our gods sang the world into existence. They sang the world from the void and the nothingness into the world of light. So this concept of musicality for us is something that we've always had.
In the old days, the tribes from other parts of the country, they used to raid this area specifically because of our women were good singers. And also, a lot of the compositions from a lot of other tribes, a lot of them started in this area here. Like Pixie's, one of her tipono. Pani Lemu composed a lot of songs too, which we still sing today. So, I mean, it must be in the blood.
It didn't take long for our people to grasp the concept of Western instrumentation and music on hearing it. Prior to that, we had melody, we had song, we had rhythm, and we had vibration that mimicked the environment around us, the birds, the waves, the wind, the elements.
Te pū o Papatuanuku ki te taiao. E rere ana te mita o papa. Ko te hā o Papatuanuku, ai ko te hā o te takaka o te waiwai a ko tahi, rua, toru, whā.
Oh, you fascinating married girl, I love to watch your purpose twirl, the twist and rhythm of those simple wrists, as you sway while ukuleles play.
I was brought up by my grandparents, you see, and my grandmother died in 1941. Then I moved from there to our uncle's home, which was in Runga, and he had 5 girls, and they were all singers. So we used to make a choir. We used to sing at the dances at home, you know. And Night and Day was one of the songs. We used to sing, milk cows, mind you.
So you sang while you were milking the cow?
Yes, sang while we were milking the cows.
In every Māori village across the entirety of Ngāti Kahungunu, there was a band of some sort. So very much as you were expected to pick up a tea towel in the kitchen and do the dishes, pick up a spade in the field and turn the soil, in the evening you would pick up an instrument and make music into the night.
And at the dances, what sort of musical accompaniment would you normally have there?
Well, they had piano and guitars mostly, and some of the guys later on, you know, started to get on the sax. Everybody just seemed to get their notes right. You know, none of us read music.
It was almost as if they're singing through the instrument rather than this Western regimented technique of learning to play. And it was done as whānau, and it was an expectation, and it was organic and natural.
Remember, Bill Eds used to have a teachers to play the bass. And wherever he used to go, he used to carry this teachers.
Wherever we went, everybody whistled. It's just something that came out. It was musical.
I don't know what it was about this area with these cold shores, Bunny and Jock Turapa. They all everybody seemed to be musicians.
I think it was natural, eh? Yeah. If you weren't milking cows, you were playing the piano.
Music was a form of relaxation, and especially after those depression years, they were tough years, and that was a way of people could relax and get together and all moan and grizzle together about being broke.
When I was 17, I came to Wellington to work. It was wartime.
How did you feel about moving from the country to Wellington?
I missed the family. It's like being plucked out of your environment and going to something different. It was just a different atmosphere from home.
Homesick?
Yes.
Pixie lived in what was called the Orient Hostel, which is at the end of Oriental Bay, and was a hostel for single ladies, I presume was started in the Second World War.
We had a lovely group of girls all gathered there, on a Sunday and have a sing-along. Everybody joined in.
Did the singing at the hostel lead to anything more?
No, I never thought about recording or anything like that.
Windy city, nestling smugly in the hill. I shall love you forever and until.
Didn't hear her singing around here, but I suppose with all the music, she probably was in the background. Because what I can gather, she was not a singer. She was passionate about playing her hockey.
Pixie was a very pleasant girl, and she was still very much a country girl. She wasn't a city person at all, really.
I shall love you till the sun no longer rises.
It was a surprise to me just how prominent Ngāti Kahungunu musicians have been right through New Zealand's popular music history. From Nuhaka, Walter Smith, Parari Tomoana, there's the Moteo Jazz Band, all Maori musicians in the 1930s. Later on in the 50s, you've got Johnny Cooper. And in the middle there is Ruru Karaitiana writing this big hit, Blue Smoke.
The way I understand it with respect to Blue Smoke, the song itself, was that they found the trip on the Equity pretty boring, and a lot of it was downtime, lounging around on the deck and just waiting for something to happen. And on this particular occasion, Dad looked up at the funnels of the Aquitania and noticed that the smoke was going directly behind them. So the Aquitania was sailing through the Pacific and the smoke was heading back home. And the other part of that was he was a 17-year-old boy who had never been off the par before, and quite simply he was missing his mum. So the song was really about a 17-year-old boy missing his mum. His world was probably Hawke's Bay, Wairarapa, Manawatu, no bigger than that. So they were taken out of that environment, find themselves in Europe fighting a war, a big war. The reality for them At Monte Cassino, they were trapped in the rail yards under the guns, and we lost a significant number of our family there. There were whole lines of family members that at Monte Cassino, and that was one of the significant points for Dad in terms of his dislike of the whole war. One of my uncles who was telling me about this, he said that the greatest fear when they came home was having to explain to their aunties why they weren't bringing the kids back home with them.
Well, Ngāti Porou, we had one of the highest rates of loss per head of population. One particular family, the Tūmararo whānau, they lost 3 brothers. And the 4th one was going to sign up, and the government said, no, your family's contributing enough.
And the Maori Battalion was organised in family, whānau groupings. So when you have people dying alongside them, they were your family.
We sang that Blue Smoke through the war. I'm not sure just when it started, but it was a very popular wartime song because of its sentiments, I think.
They recorded it quite some time after return, and we would all freely admit that Dad came back damaged. He was alcohol dependent, and the only real light in his life was his music.
Senorita, mia, mia, senorita, I love you, I do.
I think that initially somebody had said to Ruru about this girl from Hawke's Bay, and they didn't say who she was or anything along those lines.
He was told about this Pixie Williams, but I think he got a bit confused because he started pursuing me, and I didn't realise that he thought I was Pixie until she got a bit cross with this Maori fellow always following us around if we ever went outside the hostel, and she growled at him, and that was when he discovered that she was the Pixie Williams he was after.
Night so entrancing, night meant for dancing, senorita, mia, mia.
I was the assistant, so I would take one of the company cars and go and pick Pixie up. On occasion, she wasn't there. She'd gone to hockey, so I had to go and find her. She was in her hockey gear. Oh, I'm sorry, John. I thought, oh, that's all right, Pixie. She refused, I think at least once or twice, but they insisted, or Ruru insisted.
I said, tell him to get somebody else, He said, you're going to sing that song for me. I said, okay. I said, I hate nagging.
Night so entrancing.
Ruru Karaitana was looking for the appropriate voice that would, I don't know, bring Aroha, bring Wairua with it, and she was just the appropriate person to sing that song.
I love you, I do.
You've got a local record company wants to start up. They need a song for their first recording, and you've got a song that's already a hit, but no one can play it. New Zealand records didn't exist. The Hawaiian style was really popular here in New Zealand. Ruru looked around town, and Jim was the prominent rhythm guitarist and lap steel guitar player in Wellington.
Jim Carter added an element, I think, what Dad was looking for. He always acknowledged that was the missing element, and it certainly did add something to it.
I had a friend, and his father bought him a steel guitar. Sort of grabbed me the different music, so I wanted to learn to play. It's always a bit nerve-wracking when the put on the old red light and you've got to start playing. It's everybody's sort of tensed up.
They're used to sitting on a stage with people looking at them and they could chat to one another. You have to keep completely out of all that stuff. You've got to be dead quiet and wait for the signal from Standellis from outside to go. So that was the first hard bit to get over, I think, for everybody. And I was the same because I'm waiting on the cutting lathe. Jim was a professional musician and so were the others with him, but Pixie was not. She was distinctly an amateur singer, and that was, I think, the beauty of what was chosen, that her naivety came out clearly in the record, made it so much more interesting.
Yes.
But she had some struggles.
I thought, oh my God, I said, I hope I'll be able to do this thing, and I hope I'll be able to do it right and so forth. Just a microphone standing in the centre. And I thought, oh my God.
So how many times do you remember singing it until someone said, yes, that's the one we'll use?
It took about a week or more. But as we got further into it, and I thought, oh, well, I said, perhaps it's going to turn out fine,
Blue smoke goes drifting by into the deep blue sky. When I think of home, I sadly sigh. Oh, I can see you there with loving tears in your eyes, as we fondly said our last goodbye.
For the first time, gramophone records for sale to the public are being made entirely in New Zealand. The first is the Ruru Karaitiana Quintet playing the conductor's own composition, Blue Smoke.
So Mum ended up being the voice on Blue Smoke, Tanza No. 1, released on the 26th of June 1949. It was an instant hit with the local record buying public.
And as I slowly, with a longing to stay, I promise to be true and to love only you.
We lived in Fielding, but you had to go to Palmerston North to get it because Tanza records were sold at what was called the Columbus Radio Centre. And even although it was 70 years ago now, I still remember that day, and it seemed to me to be something that was new and exciting because it really was the beginning of the New Zealand pop music industry. Before Blue Smoke, there was nothing.
The dominant force in New Zealand recording was HMV, his master's voice, the English company. They had the license for 80% of the world's record releases. They didn't want to record New Zealand music. They didn't think people would want to buy it. Blue Smoke proved that idea wrong. But then once Tanza got off the ground, they got in the way. They bullied record retailers to not stock New Zealand records by Tanza in Stebbing.
HMV, they were monopolists, no question. Stebbing stopped making records. It was too tough.
There was a competition to get the first pressing plant off the ground, and the Radio Corp people got wind of HMV starting their pressing plant in Kilburnie, and they said, well, we better get cracking. So one of the Tanza fellows went over to Sydney and bought second-hand presses.
The actual recording, the cutting the record, might appear to be the most complex, but it wasn't really. The more complex parts of the process were the converting that acetate into a stamper to go into the press, supplying the presses and the heat required with a boiler and the pressure required from a large hydraulic accumulator in the ground floor, having people who would be prepared to work with a hot steam table on their left and this press that they had to pull down and close. And those people worked quite hard, but we beat the bastards. We were the first company in New Zealand to actually manufacture, record, process and sell a New Zealand record. Nobody had done that ever before. And HMV were beaten, hands down.
$50,000 records in 6 weeks it hit the top. She really surprised me, you know, when that song came out.
I was doing a bit of work on 2ZB in Wellington, and Pixie Williams' recording cropped up on that. I couldn't believe what I was listening to. It was a unique South Sea Māori style. The voice was rich and full, diction lovely, you know, and a lot better than most of, in my opinion anyway, than most of the English pop stars of the time.
Like, I knew who Pixie was, and of course I've heard of Ruru Karaitiana, who's of course legendary. I didn't really know the other songs in the catalogue. It was like, whoa, there's a real depth going on here.
I wish it could be just you and me, oh, when did it shade?
Ki haia hau e mōhio, heaha etahi atu o ngā waiata, Piki Te Ora Williams, a Pixie. Nā te mea, kaori whakanuihia mō mātou nā kaiwaiata Māori, e hikoi ana i te huarahi nei, kāri i whakarewa hia e rā kōrero, no roto i ene tau tatānei, ka te hinau ka rongo atu, ai, nā nei waiata a Blue Smoke, o tira, a ne atu o etahi o ana waiata.
Pixie was really sought after in Wellington, which for a brief period was the heart of New Zealand's recording industry, because there weren't many singers around who could actually pull it off.
I wish it could be just you and me, oh, when did it shade?
So Pixie, recorded nearly a dozen songs in that brief period. But the idea that you could be a popular musician and make a living was just unheard of back then.
But then that wasn't her nature. Money wasn't the object with her. I think she was just happy within herself.
We were all so keen to get on a record that money didn't even matter. Everybody was, all the musicians were excited that they could get onto a record, and we were quite happy to do it for free if necessary.
A thing that strikes me about all the three key people involved in Blue Smoke, Ruru, Pixie and Jim Carter, is just how humble they all are and how they downplay the importance of the song or the quality of their performance. You had Ruru saying, I don't really rate it. Pixie did it reluctantly, and Jim Carter, who said, it was Pixie's performance that was the big part of it.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever satisfied with what you're playing. But as long as you can get by and get to the end of the tune without stopping, it's something.
But he was proud of another song that he recorded with that band, Jimmy Carter's Hawaiians, Bellbird Serenade, that Pixie sang on. That was a song that Jim picked out as being more proud of his performance.
Just a chime or two, somewhere in the blue, echoed on the breeze.
Shortly after we made the record, she disappeared for quite a while then. I didn't know where she'd gone.
Jim worked in the post office. Ruru played in dance bands and was a shearer and other jobs like that. Pixie went from Wellington to Motueka, became a tobacco picker for a little while before heading to Dunedin.
I think if Pixie had gone to Auckland instead of Dunedin, I think she would have really got into it there. They were much more ahead with the top musicians in the country than they were in Dunedin. I'm sure of it.
Make a wish before it's noon, it's bound to come true. This is a and the song the whole day long, the music of
It still distresses me so much what happened at that time. Blue Smoke was released years earlier. When I got there, I was the one that was trying to get the damn thing back on the market again and couldn't. And it took a lot of investigation technically before they found that we weren't getting good stampers because we had used Wellington water, and the water for some reason was affecting the masters. That I never had dealings with Pixie, but I did have with Ruru Kuratiana. And Ruru would come in, you say, "You've got any money? Come in yet." And I had to say, "No, I can't get it reissued at the moment." A frustrating situation. I mean, I felt for Ruru, but there's nothing I could do.
I know he did earn reasonably large amounts of money at different times in his career, but never really knew about it. And it tended to coincide with the worst of his drinking period as well. So I suspect that most of it dissipated pretty quickly.
First time I met Pixie had to be about 1970. We went down to Dunedin. Now, at that stage, Pixie was not in the limelight at all. She just didn't feature. She'd married Paddy Costello.
Paddy, an Irishman. He liked to drink. He's a bit of a hard man. I guess they all were back then. Bit of a workaholic as well. You know, he had his own business. Back then, that generation, they worked for it, you know. And yeah, certainly Paddy and Pixar did that as well.
The clock chimed at midnight, the old year was through. They met quite by chance in the square.
Mum was singing in a bar in town, and she says these rowdy bunch of workers were in there, and yeah, it turned out to be one of them was Paddy, and yeah, they hooked up, and 2 weeks later they got married.
As I passed them by.
Mum had told the story that she'd been offered a recording contract in Canada, and she was quite prepared to go, and she said to the record company that, you know, they would have to pay for Paddy's boat fare as well, and they just said no. That, you know, we want you, but he can come, but he'll have to find his own way. So they just said no, just turned it down flatly. Yeah. Pixie, she'd walk over coals for the old man.
Any challenges were always faced by Dad. Dad took it on his own shoulders to provide for the family. So with the amount of heavy work that he was doing, his back just was deteriorating.
Paddy kind of despised the fact that she'd never got that recognition, you know, the royalties type thing. That always played on his mind for, you know, right throughout his whole life, you know.
When we lived in Minto Street in Anderson's Bay, Dad would be drunk and Mum would have had a few, and they'd be arguing because somebody had said, "Can Mum get up and sing a song?" And he'd turn around and say, "No, she's not singing a song," and you know, Dad would end up getting in a fight. And a couple of times I do remember Mum coming home with a guitar and blood on the guitar.
No one spoke about Mum being Pixie Williams. There was no discussion about her time recording in Wellington. I'd only heard Blue Smoke a couple of times, but when I heard Ain't It a Shame, it just blew me away because I loved following Billie Holiday and all of the older stars. Here we were on the bones of our, you know, not a lot of money, not a lot of nice things in our lives, and then here's this beautiful voice, and it's Mum. It's sort of like when you wish that you woke up and you were a princess.
You could tell that she was musically inclined, you know, just the way she did it, moved around the house singing and stuff like that. But, you know, she had a guitar at home, she had a piano accordion, that kind of thing, and it was a bit of a party house, you know. Mum and Dad would have their friends up from around the neighbourhood and, yeah, crack the keg, away they go, you know. And all the kids would be there, we'd run around the backyard.
There was 4 children, myself, David, I was adopted, Jared, Amelia, and then Maria, who was also adopted.
I'm sorry, I must say goodbye.
Yeah, I grew up with basically a twin, and unfortunately, though, she was very unwell. She had extreme asthma, bronchitis.
We got a cheap rent for looking after a dilapidated house, which was very damp. It didn't contribute to anybody's good health.
So Maria was sick a lot. Yeah, it was interesting times just seeing what treatment she didn't get versus other kids of the time, and she...
I'm sorry, I must say
shouldn't have died.
But your heart must know
It was a disgrace.
It's just because I love you so.
And Mum and Dad should not have had to face losing their own.
Yeah, Paddy became quite withdrawn over it, and I guess Pixie had to pick up the pieces and keep the family together in that respect, yeah.
There were so many things put in our way, or things not available to us, not only because of our financial situation, but also because of our racial situation.
But your heart must know why.
I think that's why Dad was always so angry and bitter about people wanting to know Pixie Williams but Pixie Costello. They'd be quite happy to just walk there on the other side of the road, because once Dad lost money, a lot of the friends went as well. I remember Mum saying once, if people don't want to know me as Pixie Costello, they sure as hell aren't going to get to know me as Pixie Williams.
That I must go.
The songwriting collection agency, APRA, asked their members to vote for the most important songs of the last 75 years. There was Blue Smoke. It was like this anomaly, the only early New Zealand pop song. Well, once they released the compilation album of that vote, and it became this big hit called Nature's Best, that was in 100,000 homes. So by about 2001, 2002, Blue Smoke had a whole new life again.
With Pixie's record being on that, Nature's Best, and then there was this other recognition started popping up, you know. She was quite happy not to be in the limelight at that stage. She'd go, oh, that song.
Kāre tonu pirangi ki te mahi te waiatanei. Whakamā.
Yeah, I can't describe what Mum was like about her own career. It was like somebody had cut a picture out of a magazine and thrown it in the bin. She didn't talk about it. You know, like returned servicemen, they don't want to talk about that period. It's usually about stuff that's not good. But this stuff is good. George Borroman sat and had a chat with Pix in the mid-70s, thought it was really awful that Mum had never been given any of her music when she recorded. So George decided, I'm going to start collecting her records. He didn't tell us.
I went around all the junk shops and I found 2 or 3 different records of Pixie. And I got all excited. And that's what started me off with New Zealand 78. Took a long, long time to get that final copy of Saddle Hill.
We were really gobsmacked when George turned up with 13 of Mum's songs, which he collected over 30 years.
We were in shock that she had recorded so many songs, and even she had forgotten.
In 2011, I received a call from Amelia's friend Tim,
And it was a great phone call. He asked me to have a look at this album's worth of music from Pixie Williams and to see if they could be restored from the original 78 shellac records and released as a digital CD.
The reality was, well, how do you remaster an album, you know?
Scared the pants off me, if I'm honest. I've been doing this for decades. I've worked with over 1,000 artists, but this one job just carries such weight. In the last few decades, the ability to restore music via the computer software has developed out of this world, and we can clear up the noise and add in the tonal aspects and really separate amazing detail.
They got to the point when the tracks were being remastered that we could hear instrumentation and that we didn't even know was on some of the tracks, like double bass, for example. It felt like we were taking on a responsibility to ensure that the legacy of these great musicians playing these great songs was, you know, preserved, protected, you know, and actually available for people to enjoy. I mean, ultimately that's what it comes down to, isn't it, you know? It comes down to enjoying some good tunes, you know?
When the remastered album was launched, John Shears contacted me. He said when he heard Blue Smoke for the first time off the CD, he burst into tears. It was only through the efforts of the remastering and unpicking that sound and what Mike and Tim pioneered in that process that he just closed his eyes and he was back in the studio and he expected to open them to see Pix in the corner. Job done.
Ka oho te wairua, ka matara te tinana, he aroha ki te aroha, ka ka te rama, ti he Māori ora.
I wish it could be just you and me. Oh, ain't it a shame? I wish you could see deep into my heart and please believe what you see.
When Mike got in touch and said, look, I'm doing this Pixie Williams project and we want to revisit these songs as an album, would you be interested in producing it? I was just pretty floored, actually. I was aware of the fact that I wanted to stay respectful to the composers and to the artists of the time. I thought that was the key thing. The more I listened to the songs, the more I listened to Pixie and listened to the music, the songs actually told me where we should go.
Tuatahi me kia hau, he tino honore, he honore tēnei mōku. Ki te hara mai, ki te tuku I tōku reo, ki runga I tētahi o ngā waiata o te kaitito nea ruru karaitiana, miharo tērā kia hau, tuarua o tira, ki te hona te mea he kai waiata hau, ki te hoatu I tōku reo, ki te whakanui I te kai waiata, he wahine, he Māori, ki te whakanui I tērā āhuatana, I ēnei wā, I roto I tēnei ao huri huri, I nāia tonu nei.
My role on this project is trying to match a vocalist to one of the tunes, because Pixie herself was just plucked out of obscurity. We were going to trial out some fresh young faces that no one's heard yet.
Just a child too, somewhere in the blue, echoed on the breeze. Listen if you please, I can hear about birds serenade.
You've heard of music before
what we've heard, like Blue Smoke before, and then to put the name and sort of the personality to the face was the first time we were listening through the album, and we got to the comment section at the end. So Pixie just sort of has something to say about music, and it was the first time we'd sort of put the person to the song, and
we all broke down.
Had a little cry in the rehearsal. Yeah, it was. It's really awesome to be a part of Pixie's legacy now.
Saddle Hill, I love you till I die. Only God in heaven knows why. My Saddle Hill, my Saddle Hill.
It's all feeling awesome. I think it just comes down to in yourself knowing, oh, that was that felt, that had the sort of magic.
I mean, to me, when I think of Pixie Williams, she would have been a pop star of her time and of her era. You know, Blue Smoke was such a big hit, so it's so cool to be able to revisit her songs and to redo them again and feel some of her magic and her wairua.
He mahina, he rangi moe moe a, he miharonga po, I whenua Māori.
You know, just having the opportunity to record it in Te Reo Māori now, I mean, if you think back, I guess Pixie probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to do that in the 1940s. I mean, were they making Reo Māori pop songs? I don't think so. So, yeah, this is really cool.
Rere tonu awa, rere tonu oro, moa ke tonu, I whenua Māori.
Wonderful.
Should we come through?
I reckon come through, and we've got 4 takes, but maybe the first take has to kind of write a vibe to it. Let's go.
Growing up, she wasn't famous, so finding out that there is Blue Smoke was quite cool as a teenager. And then in my adult life, when they did the remaster, to find out that there's a whole album worth of stuff, that was ridiculous. Like, my Nana was this famous lady that nobody knew. Being here now is just a whole new level.
Señorita, I love you, I do.
So interesting to see the process that they would go through and the lengths that they would go through to create a record back in the day, 70 years ago, compared to what we do today. And we've got the luxury today of editing things so easily. We can go into the control room after we've finished a take and go, oh, yeah, that was a good take. Let's go with that. That's got the vibe. But back then, they didn't have that luxury.
Señorita, I love you, I do. Señorita, I love you, I do.
Those people working 70 years ago were at the forefront, I guess, of technology. You know, they had to make it work. They were breaking new ground about how things were recorded, how things were captured. So excited to have John Shears come down and visit these studios. He was the assistant engineer on the recording of Blue Smoke, and so looking forward to showing him around and see the look on his face when he walks into the studios and hears the sound.
I've thought about Blue Smoke many occasions over the years, and it is 70 years, let's face it, it's a long time. But now it doesn't seem that long ago. We were conscious of the fact that we were trying to make a good job of making the first record ever made in New Zealand. It's quite exciting to realise that we made history.
Doing this project, doing the remastering, capturing this story is because I'm proud of her and she deserved more in life. But that's what life is, and you know, our families from war times just got on with it and made the best of it. I just don't want all this lost.
I just love that, the second generation celebrating their parents' legacy. There are these people that have contributed so much, and the baton gets passed down from them to their children, to their grandchildren, to new musicians all the time, that it's all connected through the generations.
We've still got boys going to war. We've still got boys not coming back. We've still got families affected. That's why the song still has legs today and is now, as I see it, New Zealand's unofficial Anzac Day anthem.
So it was with great pleasure that I have the honour of inducting these three pioneers of New Zealand recording, the Blue Smoke whānau, into the New Zealand Music Hall of Fame.
I'm delighted that Pixie is still remembered because it's an era that's gone, isn't it, that sort of music? She would have been very embarrassed at the time, but I think she secretly would have loved it.
Pleased for Dad for the recognition, pleased for Pixie, and in many ways really pleased for Jim because, you know, most of these people have gone and departed without any recognition at all.
I think Pixie deserves to get something like that. It's really, really something for her.
Even today, you know, just to mention her name, you know, and I can visualise her face. It brings back memories for me anyway, a lot of memories.
Her story is our story, and it's up to us now to make sure that our future generations know that same story.
Music always has some meaning, doesn't it? You know, I always feel when you have music in your heart, it stays with you. Music will always live on.
Supporting local content so you can see more of New Zealand on air.
Something has happened to the boy.
What more can a man donate than his child?
Court, is that what it is?
We wait for our friend to make a mistake.
Now on we are alone.
Alone in Berlin, a te pōnei ki whakata Māori.
Ko tātou matu, ai tua o te wākaiana. Ko mātou hōhiki, ko hua i te pai o te whaka. Ko waru, ko tausi. Tangia e te tangia ngā koutia atu e mātou. lupu ngā whāro sei ko ngā pia puti.
Ka mahara tātou I te rā o ngā hoia ki whakaata Māori.
Check out this hunk of spunk.
It's the end of the road.
Damn, girl.
And Lucky Dip is going out with a bang.
Better give me a shimmy. All right. Amazing. Amazing.
So rev up those engines.
You're a winner, baby.
Because someone's going home with a really great prize.
Hey! Oh, I'm so excited I could just spit.
The grand finale of Lucky Dip on the road, followed by the major prize draw. Ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Sorry, the sound is going too, eh?
It's good. No, the sound's good. We want this sound. We want this sound.
My mother was born in 1945 and named Vapniaka. She was named by her tipuna in memory of her uncle, Pauramua Nihuniho, who died as a POW in a small Ukrainian town called Vapniaka. For over 70 years, that's all we knew about him. Until now, we didn't know he was on his way home. He was on the train. He was nearly free. This is Hiru Harama on the East
Hei aku rangatira, puta no I te motu, tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai, hoki mai anō ki te papa whakamaumahara hoia o Pukeahu I te Whanganuiatara, and welcome back to Pukeahu National War Memorial here in Wellington. Anzac Day commemorates all New Zealanders killed in battle, and it honours our returned servicemen and women. We've been celebrating this day here in Aotearoa since 1916. Nō reira, nau mai, piri mai, ki tā tātou kaupapa, Anzac Day 2023. He rangi ao tā, hua ko toko ake ki te Whanganuiatara, a beautiful day here in Wellington for today's National Commemoration Service. Brought to you live by TVNZ. And you can hear the youth pipe band of Aotearoa at this point in time as the official party prepares to move on to Anzac Square. Now they will be led by Dame Helen Winkelman, Right Honourable Dame Helen Winkelman, who was appointed Chief Justice of New Zealand and sworn in as such in 2019. There's also the Prime Minister of Aotearoa, Chris Hipkins, and Kaumātua Joe Haruira. Shortly you will hear the karanga, the traditional call of welcome, representing tangata whenua, Taranaki whānui, Peka Ira Rei, and you just caught a glimpse there on the left of your screen of Puhi Wahine Tibu. She will be responding to the karanga on behalf of the official party. A light breeze, a little bit chilly here in Wellington, but still a good turnout from the community of Te Whanganuiatara. As you can see, many dignitaries are present, many whānau as well, of soldiers who have served our country, all coming together at this point in time, at this moment, to commemorate and remember. Now the official party will continue up the right-hand steps to the tomb of the unknown warrior. And right in the middle there you have Dame Helen. She is currently Aotearoa's Administrator of the Government. She's the 13th Chief Justice to have been sworn in since its inception, and the second woman to have held this position.
Tu te whiwhinga nuku tu te whiwhinga rangi. Purutia mai wa o tā wea mai wa o tēnā, tō mauri ka wakapiki tēnā, tō mauri whaka wakakake. Tēnā tō mauri tai here tia neira, te ti te rai. Ki runga ki tēnei rangi waka ira ira neira. Te wā, korero atu rā kota, la manu. E tutu ana neira i te pū e u. E runga i te whakaro nui a mi anō nei. E tātou takatū ana i runga i te whenua tonu. Kia ora rauhi mai rā, ki te ngākau o tāngata ki tēnā, ki tēnā mai tātou. I runga nōra i te puno o te tika, te māramatanga me te aroha anō nei rā. Piki maunga tā ngai ngai ki runga ki te tihi. Te tihi o tēnei wāhi nohoanga. O rātou anō rā te kāwi noninga no mua mai rā. Ko rātou anō rā kua tatu mai rā ki runga I ngā whenua take o iwike. Kia rauhi mai rā I whakarawa kau nei rā ko te whenua te take. Aroha mai anō nei rā. O Aotearoa nei e, me o na manawhiri mai e. Kia tatu mai rā ki runga ki ngai tātou ngā waihotanga. Kia me ia kia tangihia nei rā ko rātou ngā hoia katoa. I tūtu ai te pue uirua no nei rā I te ora hatu ngai koutou ngai tātou ngā mokuna. Kia rauhi mai rā. Nei rā o tēnei ara. Te ara kui a horo mo tēnei maua taketake anō nei rā te kōpahui. Te tutu ake nei rā ko tēnei te kōpapahui a wakamia. Ko koutou anō rā, ere rei, ere atu ana nei rā, ki te ao te kite. Ko koutou anō rā, kua tutu mai rā, ki runga ki tēnei, wenua tau au, piki piki pari tā ngai ngai anō nei. Ki tēnā pokaro nui kia tū ake nei rā, ki tēnei te oranga tonutanga nei e, nau mai, wakatau mai.
Tēnā rā koutou. Nau mai whakatau mai koutou, mai tata mai tāwati. Rauranga tira mai tino me iki a koutou i tēnei tino orangi. Whakamauma aratanga o ngā oia i parekuratia. Me hino i tātou. Mai a te tipua, mai a te tauto, mai a te kāui i āriki. Mai a e tāui i ārogo. Mai a ngā kāwanatanga o te ao. Kai a koutou te whakataunga ki a tūkuna atu ngā hoia ki ngā pakanga o te ao. Kia mai a koutou, kia mai a tātou katoa. Ki ronga ki raro ki wao ki roto, di au pai maari.
Kaumātua Peter Jackson there of Taranaki Whānui with our opening karakia.
On the morning of the 25th April 1915, Australian and New Zealand troops landed under fire at Gallipoli. It was then and in battles which followed that the Anzac tradition was formed. On this day, above all days, we remember all those who served in our nation in times of war. We remember with pride their courage, their compassion, and their comradeship. We remember what they accomplished for New Zealand and indeed for the freedom of humanity. We honour those who died or were disabled in the tragedy of war. They adorn our nation's history. We remember those who fell on the veld in southern Africa, in the valleys and on the ridges of Gallipoli, in the sands and terrace hills of the Sinai and Palestine, in the mud of France and Belgium, on the sands of the North African desert, among the mountains and olive groves of Greece, Crete and Italy, and in the jungles of the Solomon Islands, in the skies over Europe, the Pacific, the Malayan Peninsula, Singapore and Burma, on or under all the world's oceans and seas, in Korea, Malaya, Borneo, Thailand and Vietnam. We also remember those who fell in more recent conflicts, Bosnia, Kuwait, East Timor and Afghanistan, as well as the ongoing service of our younger men and women who served and are serving in conflict areas across the globe, in the land and air and on the sea, with our allies and the United Nations, including those most recently deployed in support of Ukraine. These men and women bring security, stability, peace and opportunities to those who cannot protect themselves. Whether in the jungle of East Timor, the deserts of Iraq or the hills of Afghanistan, or the sea and seas surrounding the Middle East, New Zealanders have served, fought, suffered and died. We remember those who returned home wounded in body and mind, suffered as prisoners of war, and those who died in captivity. We remember their families, whose sacrifices also were great and continued to be. We remember staunch friends and allies, especially those who fought alongside us on that first day, Anzac Day in 1915.
Please be seated. Ka tū te manua o taka hoka ta manua a tae. Te rangi pūnu nui, te rangi pū roa. Pāpake ngā ngaru tū a te patua ana tōne ki o hiru. Hei te kaha o Tangaro, me pēra o ki te kaha o Ngāti Tūmātauenga, te tau a moana o Aotearoa, me te tau a rangi o Aotearoa e tuatu nei. Ka mihi atu ki ngā mana whenua o te roe nei o te whanga nui a Taranaki Whānui tēnā koutou katoa. Nau mai a hara mai tātou katoa ki te rā whakamāhara ki ngā hoia o ta whenua moimoi ia mea Aotearoa. Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Dame Helen Winkelman,
the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins, distinguished guests, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 Anzac Day National Commemorative Service. Ka tae ki te wā whakatakota puapua whakamāhara ki ngā hoi a kāhinga. We begin this part of the service with the wreath laying, where tributes are laid to commemorate the fallen. I now invite Her Excellency the Right Honourable Dame Helen Wynne-Kelman, Administrator of the Government on behalf of His Majesty the King, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins, Prime Minister of New Zealand on behalf of the Government and people of New Zealand, and Her Excellency Harinda Siru, High Commissioner of Australia on behalf of the Government and people of Australia.
So Dame Helen Wynne-Kelman, a graduate from Auckland University, began work as a law clerk with Auckland firm Nicholson Gribben. She was admitted to the bar in 1985, and she's spoken regularly on issues concerning the just and efficient operation of the courts and access to justice I roto o Aotearoa.
Her Excellency
Chris Hipkins and Harinda
of the Republic
Sidu.
of Turkey, on behalf of the Government and people of the Republic of Turkey, together with the Honourable Jerry Brownlee on behalf of the Opposition.
The laying of wreaths on the tomb of the unknown warrior pays tribute to those who gave their lives for our freedoms. Historically, wreaths symbolized bravery, strength, and triumph. Today, the wreaths embody these qualities, but also represent grief and mourning, remembrance, glory, victory,
Air
and
Vice Marshal
sacrifice.
Tony Davies, Vice Chief of Defence Force, on behalf of the New Zealand Defence Force and their families.
More than 3,000 New Zealand military and civilian personnel served in Vietnam between 1963 and 1975. And we heard in the Requiem from Sir Buck Shelford, the war in Vietnam mentioned. 3,000 New Zealand military and civilian personnel served in
Des
Vietnam.
Vinton on behalf of Korean veterans. Bill Russell, representing the New Zealand Malaya Veterans Association, and Joe Kerr, representing the New Zealand Vietnam Veterans Association.
Anzac stands for Australian and New Zealand Army Corps. The soldiers in those forces became known as the Anzacs. And most of those soldiers who died on the beaches of Anzac Cove in Gallipoli on the 25th of April 1915 have no known grave.
Evan Nathan on behalf of the Māori Battalion veterans, Trevor Appleton representing the Royal New Zealand Naval Association, and Pauline Patterson representing the Royal New Zealand Naval Women's Association.
The wreaths are being laid on the tomb of the unknown warrior, designed by New Zealand artist Kingsley Beard. It's constructed of marble, granite, pounamu, and bronze. It was inspired by Te Kahui Whetū o Mahutonga, the Southern Cross constellation.
Air Commodore Terence Gardner, representing the Royal New Zealand Air Force Association, Captain Lewis Robinson, representing the Merchant Navy Association, and Air Vice Marshal P.R. Adamson, representing the New Zealand Federation of Brevet Clubs.
Established in 1952, the brevet clubs of Aotearoa consist of special groups of British Commonwealth military aviators that come together to share in their common background and experiences and to offer unwavering support to one another.
Ian Carson, representing the Arctic Convoy Club of New Zealand, and John Dyer, representing the New Zealand Red Cross.
The New Zealand Red Cross is part of an international humanitarian movement that began in Europe in the 19th century in response to the devastating impact of war. Red Cross groups worked closely with the Order of St. John throughout the war. When it was over, the two organisations implemented first aid programs and set up vocational training for returned servicemen.
Members of the Diplomatic Corps will now lay their wreaths. His Excellency, the Ambassador of the State of Kuwait and Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Each of these individuals laying a wreath as High Commissioners of their countries in New Zealand are the senior diplomats in charge of the diplomatic missions of one Commonwealth government to another.
Their Excellencies, the Apostolic Nuncio of the Holy See, the High Commissioner for the Republic of Singapore, the Ambassador of the European Union, the Ambassador of the Republic of Chile, the Ambassador of the Republic of Poland, and the Ambassador of the Italian Republic.
He wāhanga nui tēnei o tō tātou rā whakahirehira, te whakatakotoranga o ngā raumahara, ki o tātou hoia. Very important part of our service here is the wreath laying to honour all of those fallen and all of those who never made it home.
Their Excellencies, the Ambassador of Japan, the Ambassador of the Argentine Republic, the Ambassador of the State of Israel, the High Commissioner for Canada, and the Ambassador of Hungary. Their Excellencies, the Ambassador of the Federative Republic of Brazil, the Ambassador of the United States of America, the Ambassador of the People's Republic of China, the Ambassador of the Republic of Peru, the High Commissioner of Tuvalu, and the High Commissioner of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Now, this special day has grown in significance since the very first Anzac Day service in 1916. Over time, it's come to embrace New Zealanders' service and losses during the two world wars, also wars in Korea, Vietnam, and many other conflicts, but also to pay acknowledgement to our allies across the world.
Their Excellencies, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Spain, the Ambassador of Ireland, the Ambassador of the French Republic, the Ambassador of the Swiss Confederation, and the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea. Their Excellencies, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Thailand, the High Commissioner of Malaysia, the Acting High Commissioner of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea, the Chargé d'Affaires of the Republic of the Philippines, the Acting High Commissioner of the Independent State of Samoa, and the Acting High Commissioner of the Cook Islands.
While the meaning of Anzac Day may have evolved over time, one thing has remained constant, our respect as a nation for what we call the Anzac spirit, the wairua o tātou hoia, wahitreiria me Aotearoa, the display of courage, compassion and comradeship.
The Charge d'Affaires of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, the Charge d'Affaires of the Federal Republic of Germany, the Acting High Commissioner of the Republic of Vanuatu, the First Secretary of the Republic of Indonesia, and the First Secretary of the Republic of Fiji. Her Worship Tory Whānau, Mayor of Wellington, on behalf of the people of Wellington. His Worship Frederick Le Turc, Mayor of Arras, on behalf of the people of Arras. Mr. Andrew Bridgman, Secretary of Defence, and Police Commissioner Andrew Costa, on behalf of New Zealand Police.
Now, Tory Whānau is the Wellington Council's first wahine Māori mayor. Originally from Pātea in South Taranaki, Tory is of Pakakohe and Ngā Ruahine descent.
Cadet Staff Sergeant Esme Collette, Wellington Cadet Unit, New Zealand Cadet Forces, together with Cadet Under Officer Jesse Isaac, 604 Squadron, Australian Air Force Cadets on behalf of New Zealand and Australian Cadet Force Cadets.
Anzac Day in Gallipoli, Turkey is also commemorated. At dawn on the 25th of April 1915, Allied troops landed on the Gallipoli Peninsula in Ottoman Turkey. The Gallipoli campaign was intended to allow Allied ships to pass through the Dardanelles.
Shelford, National President, Royal New Zealand Returned and Services Association, together with Willie Apiata, VC, on behalf of the Royal New Zealand Returned and Services Association.
Two very well-known pillars of Māoridom, Willie Apiata and Sir Wayne Buck Shelford. He rangatira motuhenga, he rangatira hou tupu I wainganui te ao Māori, e mihi ana. Kia kōrero.
Please remain seated as Her Excellency the Right Honourable Dame Helen Winkelman, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins, members of the official party and all of those who have laid wreaths join us on Anzac Square. Their progress will be accompanied by the song We'll Stand By You. This piece was written by two members of the New Zealand Tunnelling Company, which was particularly associated with the town of Arras in France. At Arras, the tunnellers and members of the Māori Pioneer Battalion who served alongside them applied their experience, expertise and courage to the task of creating an underground network to accommodate up to 18,000 Allied soldiers and help facilitate one of the biggest surprise attacks of World War I. A recording of We'll Stand By You by the New Zealand Army Band plays today in the Tunnels Visitor Centre in Arras. The Royal New Zealand Air Force Band will now play We'll Stand By You. I now invite Chaplain Roger Black to deliver a scripture reading, Psalm 23.
The Lord is my shepherd. I have all that I need. He lets me rest in green meadows. He leads me beside peaceful streams. He restores my soul. He guides me along right paths, bringing honour to his name. Even when I walk through the darkest valley, I will not be afraid, for you are close beside me. Your rod and your staff protect me and comfort me. You prepare a feast for me in the presence of my enemies. You honour me by anointing my head with oil. My cup overflows with blessing. Surely your goodness and unfailing love will pursue me all the days of my life, and I will live in the house of the Lord forever. Let us pray. God of all that has gone before and all that is to come, we pause and we remember not only those first Anzacs, but all who have served their country, who now lay at rest in distant lands. We remember these men and women who gave their lives in our defence and for the freedom of mankind. We remember those who suffered pain that we might know joy, and those who were imprisoned that we might know freedom. We recall their courage and sacrifice, their devotion to duty, and their dreams of freedom and equality. God, we thank you for these men and women. May we aspire to be men and women of similar qualities. Help us to be faithful to the ideals bought at such a cost. God, make us instruments of peace. Where there is hatred, let us sow love. Where there is despair, hope. We pray for those who are suffering from the effects of war and conflict, and we ask that you will bring them comfort, the comfort of your presence. We pray for all those who continue to work for peace throughout the world. We ask that you will bless their efforts and intervene to bring peace where there is war, freedom where there is oppression, and justice where there is persecution. May we again commit ourselves to work together in every way possible to bring peace and freedom to our world. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Dame Helen Wynne-Calman, the Administrator of the Government, will now deliver her Anzac Day address. The address will be followed by the New Zealand Youth Choir singing E Te Ariki.
Rere ana ngā roemata o hine, tērā te pai o te riri. Hui huia mai tātou katoa. Tēnei te pai o maumahara, e ngā iwi kei aku rangatira, wahine mā, tānei mā, tēnā tātou katoa. I want to specifically acknowledge Taranaki Whānui, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins, Prime Minister, His Excellency Ahmed Salem Al-Wahab, Ambassador of the State of Kuwait and Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Honourable Jerry Brownlee, representing the Opposition, members of Parliament, Her Worship Tory Whānau, Mayor of Wellington, His Worship Frederick Leturk, Mayor of Arras, Air Vice Marshal Tony Davies, Vice Chief of the Defence Force, Sir Wayne Shelford, President, Royal New Zealand Return Services and Association, Major Fiona Cassidy, Chair, National War Memorial Advisory Council, representatives of veteran associations, and Willie Apiata, recipient of the Victoria Cross. I also wish to extend my very warm welcome to all our veterans here and around the country, and to your families. Finally, I welcome the delegation from Arras and whānau of those who worked on the Arras tunnels during the First World War. For over a century, Anzac Day has brought communities together to honour the service and sacrifice of New Zealanders in times of war and conflict. In recent years, our commemorations have come to include recognition of the New Zealand wars between British and colonial forces and iwi Māori. Anzac Day provides an opportunity to reflect on the many ways in which conflict has shaped our country's history as we continue to evolve as a society and as a member of the international community. This year marks a number of noteworthy anniversaries across wars of the past century. 60 years ago, on Anzac Day 1963, New Zealand's civilian surgical team arrived to assist casualties in the Vietnam War. They were the first New Zealanders to arrive and the last to leave. The 27th of July will mark the 70th anniversary of the signing of the armistice in the Korean War, a conflict sometimes described as the Forgotten War, despite the significant contribution New Zealanders made on Royal New Zealand Navy frigates and in K-Force, the last expeditionary force of its kind. 80 years ago, New Zealanders took part in 3 key battles in the Pacific, at Guadalcanal, at Vella La Vella, and at Mono in the Solomon Islands. They were among thousands of New Zealanders who served in the Pacific War. We acknowledge too the Indigenous peoples of the Pacific who made many great sacrifices in support of the Allied war effort. May 1943 is often seen as the turning point for the Allies in the Battle of the Atlantic, one of the longest and most decisive campaigns of the Second World War. We acknowledge the strategic importance of the merchant navy in sustaining the war effort, despite the grave dangers faced by civilian merchant seafarers. 2023 also marks the 80th anniversary of the end of the North African Campaign, the longest and most important land campaign fought by New Zealanders in the Second World War. 3 New Zealanders were awarded the Victoria Cross for their actions in North Africa: Charles Upham, Keith Elliott, and Te Moana Nui a Kiwa Ngārimu, the first Māori soldier to be awarded the Victoria Cross while serving with New Zealand forces. As we look back at these events, we're reminded of the many ways in which conflict has touched our lives and the lives of our forebears. Today we turn our thoughts to all those in communities affected by war and conflict, whether as service personnel or civilians. Let us also remember all those living in areas of conflict around the world facing ongoing insecurity, danger and loss. This Anzac Day, many New Zealanders are still facing the impact of recent devastating weather events. We all owe a debt of gratitude to the New Zealand Defence Force, which has worked alongside local agencies, iwi and community groups to provide vital assistance. In times of war and disaster, New Zealanders have always done what they can to help their affected neighbours and communities, a heartening reminder of the goodness and humanity that underpins our society. On Anzac Day, we acknowledge all those who have made sacrifices in the service of our country and who continue to do so today. In recognising the enormity of those sacrifices, I hope we may all be inspired to bring such courage, decency and selflessness into our own lives on this and every day to follow. Ka maumahara tonu tātou ki a rātou.
E mihi kauana ki te kāwana tianara mō te kōrero me te New Zealand Youth Choir mō te waiata. Ka tono ahau ki te honore Chris Hipkins, Premio Aotearoa, e tūana hei māngai mō te kāwanatanga o Aotearoa ki te pānui hia te tahi kōrero o mua. I now invite the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins, Prime Minister of New Zealand, representing the Government of New Zealand, to deliver an historical reading. That reading will be followed by the New Zealand Youth Choir singing We Will Remember Them.
Seeking adventure and freedom, Pita Taufare was desperate to join the Navy and go to war as soon as he was eligible. His most cherished dream was fulfilled when he left New Zealand on 26 April 1945 aboard the Achilles, bound for the Pacific. In June, the ship took part in the bombardment of the Japanese base at Chuuk, northeast of Papua New Guinea. The danger of war became real, as he later recalled. The first time we went into action, the alarm bell rang, buzzers went, and you ran to your gun. You got dressed in your heavyweight gear. It's flash-proof, so that if any flames shoot back or whatever, you don't get burned. You had to have a mask on and all of your body covered. It was pretty scary. I was 17 then. You had a whole mix of emotions. You didn't have time to say, I wish Mum was here. It was very noisy, and when the guns started going, the whole turret shook. It was like an earthquake in a small room, what an earthquake in a room would sound like. They fired rapidly and repeatedly. When you were inside the turret, you couldn't see what was happening outside. You were just going by blindness. It was a weird sense. You didn't know what to expect, and then suddenly you'd think, what the hell am I doing here? Why didn't I stay at school? I think I could have put up with school a bit more. A lot of things went through your mind. You suddenly remembered things like home. Why am I here? Why couldn't I have stayed home where I was safe instead of being here in this place? Yet you knew you had a job to do and you had to do it. And whether you liked it or not, you just had to stick it out. In the turret, it was boiling hot while the battle went on. I prayed a lot. Everybody prayed. I don't think anyone would tell you that. There weren't any atheists in our turret. They were all prayers. Before the action, the person in charge of the turret would say a loud prayer for all of us. That was an accepted thing on the Achilles. We prayed to God for deliverance, to bring us safely home.
And in the morning we
He mihi hōhonu ki the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins, te Premier o Aotearoa, te Māngai mō te Pāremata o Aotearoa, and te mihi māhano hoki ki the New Zealand Youth Choir. We will now observe the commemoration, where we will take time to reflect and commemorate our nation's fallen and to remember the sacrifice of those who went before us. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a quiet moment and ask if the choir would please leave the stage.
So in a short while, Sir Wayne Buck-Shelford will be delivering the ode in Te Reo Māori. Sir Wayne Buck-Shelford was elected and presented with the Kākahu Maumahara, the traditional cloak worn by RNZ RSA national presidents. Shelford enlisted in the Royal New Zealand Navy as a physical training instructor, and during this time also played rugby for the Navy team. And of course, we all know where he went to after that. He ended up captaining the New Zealand All Blacks. So Sir Wayne Buck-Shelford,
ladies and gentlemen, please stand.
Now ready to deliver the ode in Te Reo Māori.
E kori rātou e kau mātuatia. Pēnei a tātou, kua māhu e nei. E kori hoki rātou, e noi kore. A kō, he i ngā ahuatanga o te wā, i te hekinga atu o tērā. Tai nō ki te aranga mai i te ata. Ka maumahara tōnu tātou kia rātou. Ka maumahara tōnu tātou kia rātou. They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. We will remember them.
Please remain standing whilst the New Zealand Youth Choir rejoins us to lead us in the singing of the national anthems of Australia and New Zealand, accompanied by the Royal New Zealand Air Force Band. Please be seated. I tēnei wā, ka tono ahau ki a Chaplain Roger Black ki te tuku I te inoi mō te manaakitanga, I wai muri, ko te karakia wakaoti nā te kaumātua Peter Jackson. I now invite Chaplain Roger Black to deliver the prayer for blessing, followed by the karakia wakamutunga by kaumātua Peter Jackson.
Let us pray. Gracious God, today we have gathered to honour and remember those who gave their lives that we might live in freedom and peace. The price they paid and their loved ones was significant. They sacrificed their future for our future, and for that we are deeply grateful. May they know that today we have remembered them. Let us now go forth into the world in peace. Hold fast to that which is good. Render to no one evil for evil. Strengthen the faint-hearted, support the weak, help the afflicted, honour everyone. And the blessing of the God, the giver of life, be with you and those you love today and always. Amen.
Ko tai atina na mai tātou katoa. Ko mau maaratia rātou kua hinga. Mō i ai tātou nui rawa te utu. Nui rawa te utu. We've all arrived here. We've commemorated and remembered those who have fallen. And we all know the price of war is too great. So in closing, koutou tonga wairua, moi mai rā i te ariki te kāinga tūturu o te iwi. Tātou, ngā urupā o rātou kōwe. Tēnā koutou, kia ora mai tātou katoa, pūrutia mai te tauratarangi kia tīna, kia pēnā, kia tokuta manawa ora, i runga, i roto i a koutou, i a tātou katoa, di au, pai mārere.
And finally, please stand for the departure of the official party, who will be piped off Anzac Square by the New Zealand Youth Pipe Band.
And there we have Kaumātua Peter Jackson of Taranaki Whānui delivering our final blessings at today's national service, Anzac Day 2023. And as you heard, our Master of Ceremonies, Lord Kamo, the official party are now being piped off the Anzac Square by the New Zealand Youth Pipe Band. Anzac Day represents an opportunity to recognise the diversity of New Zealanders' experiences of war. As well as those who did not return, we should also remember the many more who did and acknowledge their struggles and achievements in post-war society. And we should also remember those at home who supported, endured, and opposed wars. As we watch the official party leaving Anzac Square, good to see the many dignitaries turn out today. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins, our Prime Minister, and luminaries such as Willie Apiata, recipient of the VC, and Sir Wayne Buck-Shelford. E mihi ana kia koutou katoa I hono mai ki tēnei whakapāhotanga a te reo tātake o Aotearoa I te National Commemoration Service ara te whakamaumaharatanga o te motu ki ngā hoia I hinga I te pakanga o tira ki ngā hoia hoki I hoko hoki ora mai I ngā whenua kōkei o tā wāhi ki te hau kāinga. Commemorating those who didn't return home but also honouring those who did. Thank you all very much for being with us today at TVNZ. This broadcast live of the national service from Pukeahu National War Memorial. Enjoy the rest of your Anzac Day. E mihi ana ki o koutou. Kia tau te rangi Mārie. Kia ora tātou katoa.